They are good, but they're not as advertised. They're only 100 gigabytes in size. Okay, this is from it. There were basically because it's so simple.
They are free.
Oh, really? When you report 2 terabytes, you can write more than.
Yeah, I was lucky. I got a lot of my Jaguar stuff back in like the early 90s.
There's good flash drive checkers out on it. To actually format some of these frames. But there's only one that's going to be formatted here. The rest are all still. But if you want to try this out,
Yeah, I got my
Is it safe?
yeah, and then 170.
I was the exact opposite. I got the GameStop like next to nothing the first month, and I got the 32X was on clearance for $25.
Well, it's crazy hard for.
You gotta wonder about how many people are buying up Jaguars versus just the decent collection. Hobby Lobby. They want like $30.
Exactly. He was worried there would be too, like, oh, we only have this much space.
Nope, that's.
He tried to get Jesus Christ right
It's new old stocks from from my Atari.
How's it going?
Oh,
good, you're back.
Did you bring that Another World over today? I was curious if.
So there is.
Is these the release you got for today?
Yeah, so there's 100 copies only. Star Street, Jagfest.
Star Trek's over here.
Yeah, that's playing on there. It's the Asteroids game, and then Protector Resurgence, which was before was a combination of the cartridge and the CD expansion. Now the CD expansion is just on the cartridge by itself.
I don't know if it was just over there, the little cover. Does that come with these? Or,
The little cover.
you know, for the controller, for the layout. Is that a
Oh,
Star
the
Trek one?
joypad? Yeah, there's no keypad overlay for these.
There's no overlay on it. I thought there was one sitting over
I
there.
think
But
it's for a different game.
it might have been. Yeah, okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, those don't have overlays.
That's why I was curious if you had to print it out.
Right.
Took advantage of it.
You didn't bring crochet with you? You could just sit here and go craft drawing.
Yes, I did find. Now you need to go play the Stars Search, whatever game it is. Stars.
Yeah.
You enter the competition. Either of those.
Some of the stuff that Nintendo did.
Because then you can be the slammer.
There it is. I know it is there somewhere.
Songbird? I don't know what they're.
This was, if I remember correctly, they did like 250 and then another 300 or whatever. It's all the,
That's all I did.
yeah, they were the same ones, but all the paperwork that come with this was still in it or whatever. All the,
It's brand new.
okay.
I bought it directly from the publisher, and I've never even opened it.
And what was the Silver Springs going for?
I would probably
$60.
recommend.
Yeah, paid 300 or more.
Sure.
I will sometimes yell how cold from it. Yes, it always. We're like, no, you're supposed to shoot the guy. The other guy. Jump into the guy's face.
It's a really fun game. I mean, they both are, but I really like Another World. I'm a huge fan of that game.
So this is 3D printed.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing it over.
Yeah, absolutely. I brought a few more items for the little museum case there. I have my Battlesphere Gold over there.
I seen that in there. Like, they have that for sale out there?
Yeah.
It's only like $1 million.
My cat box is in there now.
That is interesting. I like that. I remember every once in a while you see one of those pop up on eBay, like maybe 10 years ago, like maybe once.
Yeah.
Now they're just non-existent. How many of those did they even make? That was,
Cat boxes?
yeah, that was just the Biosphere World people that made that. Right?
No, it was a different, I mean, kind of a related company, but a different person made them. I want to say they made a few hundred. Like, probably, I'm going to guess 300-400, but I don't know for sure how many they made.
I think somebody's
They were
making,
pricey back when I mean, I remember they being like $100 item when I bought mine.
Yeah.
New, so it wasn't ever cheap, but I was glad to get one.
yeah, I don't think they ever went down to 20.
Right, right.
I think when I used to see them, they would maybe go for like $200 or something like that. Yeah, super interesting thing. Now I believe somebody was making, you know those HD Retrovision cables?
Yep.
I think somebody's making something to plug in the back of the Jag that where you can use the Sega Genesis HD.
Yep, they do. Yep. I haven't tried that one specifically, but I've heard that it works pretty well. I have a Jaguar SNES video adapter that I think I tried once. It didn't work. But, yeah, I haven't had it on that much. I usually just run the regular AV cables when I'm just testing games, because I mean, as soon as you plug into a modern TV anyway, it's going to upscale it to all digital, so it works pretty well.
I had S-Video, one of the original Torrent S-Video, and I have it's like a flat screen CRT. It's about this big, so I just leave it hooked up to that, and it, it's perfectly good enough for me.
Yeah.
I actually fixed my first Jaguar. I had an old one that I had bought to just get the games and controllers with it. It was known to be broke. The deposit since probably maybe 2003. And recently I looked, I seen you can get the little power chip in there for when people hook them in the wrong polarity, it blows that chip. And I soldered it out and it worked. Yeah, voice regulator. I swapped it out and it works perfect. I was like, nice. So like, I brought one back to life after 20 years.
I have a Jaguar at home that works, but had no audio at all. And unfortunately, I looked up online, and people had kind of found a similar problem. And I just needed power. So for some reason, power had shorted out through the chip, so I just soldered a wire from like another voltage point that I got sound, and now it works great. I'm like, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'm glad that people spend the time to like troubleshoot all those.
Document that stuff, yeah, because I would have not known how to do it myself.
That's what when I bought it, I just got it for the games and stuff. And luckily, I just never threw it away. So
Right.
I can link them together and play co-op Doom.
That's like the Nate Bargatze joke. If you get bit by a snake, make sure you catch it. He was like, who would be in their right mind to catch it? Apparently.
The doctor was like, well, did you bring it in? No, it was peppermint. And he goes, well, I really want to scare you.
Well, I got it at Millis Gaming Classic. Some random table had there. No wonder Lynx up just this time. I'm like, well, faded.
But it wasn't running through the dark route. And so I went out and found someone and was like, hey, this is it. Do you want me to fix it? And he said, oh,
Actually,
it's
that's
a method to apply with the shade.
Is that even original?
One of them went like this, when the guy folded his head and chopped his fingers off.
I was with the hot water. So pumped to announce the
Yeah, yeah.
So what we're doing is still have some numbers.
Especially when it's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right there, I can't really.
But it was just a little bit. And they say those are worse because they don't have control over He said it felt like his hand was stuck.
There was a period where, once, as I was recovering, my thumb swelled up and felt like,
smaller game conventions outside of Detroit, Livonia, Michigan.
also they didn't do great at the hospital. They forgot to put the medicine in the bag.
No good here.
They didn't put it on the machine or something.
That's what I was just telling him.
When they're selling stuff for maybe one of their videos, it's just like Jaguar or 2 or 3 games, but Thank God. The size spread that I use. Oh yeah.
People are looking for it, they're like, I'm so glad I found your booth. But as always,
It wasn't that bad. Like I sell to
It was that,
75. Yeah, I sell to, but yeah, I just cut off kind of the side. And it's fun.
always good to see you.
It's fun to little tip. Like it's not too bad.
but they were also.
Like I was, because I didn't know about that.
And I just like
Always leading cover.
yeah, just reading it down.
Because it's so easy.
Hey, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, it was.
And I kept it laying like next
And
to
it's
my
still not like I want.
so like I told you.
The wrong spot.
So I did to make sure I never do it in the dark.
Yeah.
But I forget who did it. The guy on the website. We're not. You're not going to like. He
Yes.
STO.
I mean, I did. That's pristine, but it was still just dumb what I did.
So this works. There's an adapter working right?
You can get the one from the SNES cable, then.
I think I have the SNES version. I'll put like a straight edge on and use my circulation right after the Jaguar.
Or dad will just be like, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yeah, actually, the trim we did. We just had him. I mean, I helped him, but he would just run it through the saw. But this table saw is.
The new ones have, sensors and stuff.
Yeah, you can buy them.
Put a hot dog up there and
Oh,
it touches
yeah.
it. It's
Probably what I.
not kind of expensive, but it's cheaper and really expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, one bigger.
And even when pretty well,
Have any like credits or anything?
you still have to spend a lot of money.
Yeah. So I'm trying to make the tables. Trying to save money on the tables by making.
No, my dad.
Yeah.
Saving money No, there are these two are recent.
Like kind of glue.
Oh, his.
I bet he doesn't source.
Yeah, not terrible.
Right, but it might be the ROM, but I really doubt anyone has source code on those pages. I think it would have really well. Or so it would have been public.
It's you can get a new old stock touring card small for $25. But it's not. It's new old stock, but it doesn't have a manual. So it's like, probably not a bad deal. If you find the cart
Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, I get
and the manual, but then it's the box manual.
Yeah, that would be
maybe nice and but all the it's
what's the loose cost of?
I don't even know. Look at it out there.
well, right, because it probably did come from an original like developer kit or something like that. So it would have been like from an original source, but not.
If you have skin, we'll use it. If not, the time Brayden cut his head, they used his own hair to tie it. I don't know how you can get it fitted. She's like, I can do hair just as well as just use his hair and then the thing.
So what we're gonna do is leave slide. Ready.
I think so.
Micrometers here and fail one more time. So, I'm saying it's unfair. Well, this micrometer. Anyway, let me just.
Rick, how are you?
Came for the big party, huh?
Welcome to Geekland.
Yeah, one fit in the boat.
generation.
Yeah. There's a couple.
Sorry to hear that.
It's a matter of time.
Right, you can't get away from it. Yeah.
Are you back to work? Just
I'm gonna start. I'm excited about that too.
yeah.
You get up, you gotta do exercise. That's it. I just feel like they're
Ready to stop it.
I know.
You need to save those. It will feel instantly,
That's a
but not when
game
you're just.
I was playing over there that I wrote. So it's kind of like a Space Invaders game.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, up and up. I'll have to watch that. See.
So I haven't published that one yet. It's like 90% done, but I'm gonna release it by the end of the year.
This is Carl
Yeah, this is
Murphy,
the Songbird is my video game company.
So this is this is
whole table over here.
that's
So I didn't write all these games. Yeah, a lot of my ones I licensed from other companies or developers.
okay.
I only wrote like maybe 5 games on the table here.
or partials.
Or parties, yeah.
Sometimes partial. I also write music for some games. And I do a little bit of graphic design. Sometimes it.
So then,
Yeah.
does it actually list like for instance, which one is one that you would actually?
This is one where I wrote about a third of the code.
Okay.
It's a Defender clone.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Defender arcade game.
Then do they ever put you like?
And Songbird is my company, so if you see the Songbird logo like there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
These are all games that I published. Doesn't mean I coded them necessarily, but I'm the publisher of those games.
Yeah, yeah. Very
The
interesting.
cartridge inside. So he gets the boxes, yeah. He gets the boxes printed, and then we have to pull these insert things. And we build the cartridges because he'll program the chips, and then we put it in there and screw it and put the label on it. All the parts. It is, yeah. So I started taking over doing all the shipping, all the packages, and putting these together like that. And so I'm doing orders every day, like between generally like 1 to 10 orders a day. And then there's certain rush times where there'll be like 200 orders, and there's a new game that comes out. A lot. But we use mostly pirate ship. His website is WooCommerce, so you can also ship through that. Yeah, right. Because a lot, or maybe a tenth of the orders go overseas. Maybe not 10, maybe less than a tenth, but quite a few. And it's a lot cheaper to ship through pirate ship because they have sorting centers in the U.S. So you ship to a U.S. spot, then they sort them together and put them in a bin, or put them on a container or something on a ship. I don't know.
So I would imagine that you
The labels,
do everything right at home. And
yeah.
then are you get somewhere?
I generally take them to Hallmark because there's never a line and I can just drop them off. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah. And if I take it to the post office, which I usually only do if I have a lot and I feel bad to take them to Hallmark. If I have too many, I'll take them to the post office and just dump them in that container because they're already ready to go.
But I'm like you. When I was doing that,
Yeah, and they know me, and they're
they do. They're used to it.
yeah, right.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of curious because I always thought Carl was kind of
Yeah. What it is. Yeah. So these are the Jaguar games, and these are Lynx games, which is a little handheld. See this little handheld system there?
Oh yeah, the Lynx.
Okay. So they just look like the cartridges like that. The boxes are special so that you fold them up and they have this little spot in there for the cartridge. So he gets the boxes printed at Johnson Printing in town.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, it comes flat, and it comes, with all the shapes and then perforated spots for folding. Yeah.
And then
It's going well, yeah. Jackie likes his job. And Tyler's working there now, too.
20 games, whatever.
okay.
All these companies license to them. So it's a way to do emulation stuff, but you still have like a physical thing to collect instead of just being pure, like just download a ROM and play it on your
Right. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Intellivision.
Yep.
I remember the console.
Yeah, and there's some like a classic Atari ones that are from the Atari 2600, Atari arcade games.
Yeah.
There's other ones like you might, I don't know if you remember Moon Patrol. Remember that in the arcade at all? Or R-Type, that was a popular
R-Type,
shooter.
yeah.
So IREM made those games.
Okay. Huh.
And there's a lot of games I've never heard of. Like once there were Japanese arcade games.
Yeah.
Like, and there's a bunch of fans for it, but I wasn't familiar with it before this whole thing came out.
Right. Okay.
So that's how I spend my free time.
Yeah. Have you sold many things?
What's that?
Have you sold much?
Yeah, a decent amount. I mean, a little bit of Evercade, mainly on the Lynx and Jaguar, because that's what drew most people for the event today.
Yeah.
Is they're Lynx and Jaguar fans.
Yeah.
Be careful with holding the button down because if you miss, then you're defenseless.
Christina sent me that.
Oh, funny. Where was that?
Remember we were like, that one girl was like doing the modeling for like 2 hours by that fountain at the gala dinner.
Yeah.
Like she was over there like
Yes.
doing, so we're like, she left and we're like, let's go taste. She was,
did your own model.
yes, we did.
I always like that.
I've been waiting for a time to send her some picture of Alan. Say like, it was.
I brought everything comics and then we haven't really had time to comics. Oh yeah. Yeah, I still use this. I use that. Yeah, that's like I have all of the comics. I still have comics with anybody, so I really need to fix that.
Yeah, I think we were able to
Right, and I really want to wear it.
whatever percent of levels and then some big boss you had to fight, and then you got like a second set of
Somebody else. Yeah, I have so 2 games. Well, actually, this is.
Oh. I don't understand. Oh, wait, this is, yeah. I understand.
I have 2 Atari games on the R Zone too. This game really needs Primal Rage. In case anyone ever asks, Primal Rage is the only game.
But I guess the original Atari only had 2 buttons.
Oh yeah, I want to try the R Zone.
This one uses
Yeah, which would you like to play a good game or an Atari?
Oh, okay.
Actually, pretty good.
I would do that. I have to think of
Pretty good. I think Panzer Dragoon is the best.
which one is it?
But
Wait,
If I get
So,
groceries,
so basically, you just move the cursor around, shoot with C, and then you reload with A. And then there are
let me know if you need anything.
Yeah,
power-up
we do.
applications.
We do and we will.
That's kind of cool, actually.
It's not bad.
That's a good way to do a game like that.
No, it's ABC.
Takes forever. Like it should be not as many hits.
Actually, another thing that's super cool, considering is Millennium Falcon challenge. Fly a Millennium Falcon through an asteroid field and shoot a bunch of X-wings
I think all of them, like, they could shoot.
TIE fighters.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, they have to.
Had decent sound effects, which is nice because not many of the game companies had good sound.
My whole party flies with me. Gets free luggage, free seats.
Well, I like your kid though.
Like, I thought that was.
I think it's cool.
I didn't remember that you made a screen or whatever.
So I just got the
Yeah, it's like each level of each next difficulty that enemy spawns. I guess they just have like different runs of HP.
you get 5 lives. I think you get an additional life.
Oh man, I get thrown off by the fact that they like disappear and then half a
For
second
every
later.
level you get 5 lives. So you have 5 lives per level.
Yeah.
It's really small.
Oh yeah. But so feel free to try that, or actually a lot of stuff right there on this. Sure. Because this has a real G pad, and that makes a big difference.
Oh yeah, that's true.
This is really not bad. Everything about this is okay except for that.
Yeah. Okay, in about 15 minutes, we're going to close up the swap meet, and then we've got a Nuon presentation featuring not one but 2 guest speakers, and neither of them are this guy, so it'll be good.
It's me. I'm going to talk about a what now?
Just make it up. That's what I'm gonna do.
That's usually what I do.
Oh,
Yes, Battlemore CDs.
That's how serious it was.
It's a soundtrack scene.
Yeah, but it was all like the voices on there or whatever.
No, it's just a song. It's a
Soundtrack.
soundtrack.
I don't like control if it was just all the voiceover.
Yeah. I have those at home. I hate overcrowded sections still.
So basically you can shoot in either direction and forward. And so right now there's an Imperial cruiser trying to destroy. Yeah, well this was the one that they made the most of, unfortunately. This is the best way to play.
It's actually kind of a cool 3D effect.
It works pretty well. Like, I mean, it's just an LCD game, but I enjoy LCD games. So.
Yeah, I always liked them.
Open from the bottom. Do you have a one of the resurgence copies or the protector?
Yes. There was one playing in the corner, but otherwise you can grab it here and use it. Do you want to start testing your stuff? Make sure all connects and works on the TV. And then probably.
So you can serve the slides, or so you can serve the slides.
Caden will do the slides. He should have a link to it. It's okay. You should try his slides out too. It should be in that Jagfest folder. What did you call it? Like Nuon or something? Because James sent his slides too, so I don't remember who sent what.
Mine's the OD.
I read it as a PowerPoint. Oh, sweet. Because I wasn't sure. Like I tried to look at it online and wouldn't play it online. I'm like, okay, great. I'll put it in PowerPoint.
You check one of the videos to make sure the video's playing.
I did not check it.
No, I haven't gotten close to my old scores.
So we can try. I mean, you'll be able to present yours, so whatever you got should work on the TV. If it doesn't work on the stream, you can always upload the file later. And you'll probably stand.
Okay, so he's got it.
You'll either stand or sit, whatever you want to do, but over here, in front of the Songbird listeners, that's where the camera will be. So we'll get that going in like 15 minutes.
What? Oh, that's cool.
This is a third-party stuff, but we sell it in like I think only Amazon seller in the US.
Yeah.
And it's this little handheld. It's called an Evercade system.
Oh, yeah.
And then they put together collections of games.
yeah.
And Carl was able to sell some of his games where he gets royalties on the ones that they sell. Like, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Then he'll get a royalty on how many they sell, but then he also started selling the product.
Yeah.
And these are also the little even smaller
Oh, even
handhelds
smaller, yeah.
that play all the same cartridges.
Right.
So these are nice because they're already ready to go when they come in the mail to us.
Oh, okay.
Like just stuff them in an envelope or the box, ship them off.
What do these units cost?
How much do these cost? Let me see. They're like $25 for
Okay.
a cartridge, which will have a compilation of games. I'm trying to think about these. Maybe 80. These might be 50, and these are maybe like 80 or 100. Probably. How much are these?
70.
70.
Okay, those
and how
are
much
70.
is this?
Like 180.
Yeah. Just
I was
curious,
off.
like how.
I don't pay too much attention to the prices. I just ship them.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very amazing.
But it takes up a good deal of space. We keep getting these giant boxes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it never stops.
Oh,
It seems like
now.
these black boxes
Because they
supposed
keep
to have
releasing new games, and now they're releasing some new hardware things in the like end of summer or something.
Okay.
So,
Well, that's neat.
yeah, it's
Follow
neat.
that. That's
It's
fun.
neat,
That's really that's fun. Fun to see. Yeah, it's
And this, let's see, you know, what's his name? That on the worship team and his wife is too.
They just show it
What is the name? Oh my goodness.
usually when they do road work, they have to like kind of do parts together.
What is wrong with me? He used to be like the youth pastor at Mount Zion, you know, back in the day.
Oh.
Kurt Knight.
Yeah.
Kurt Knight.
Yep,
Okay,
yep.
he painted that sign for Carl.
Oh, did he?
Like many years ago.
Yeah.
Like 25 years ago or something.
That's
Kurt Knight, he can do that, like he did it by hand.
That's nice.
Yeah. And now his new logo is this black and white.
Okay.
Where he made it a little more looking like Atari, but not, you know.
Right. That is so cool. I know. And speaking of that, you mentioned Atari. I don't know if Brian started this. Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Really?
Yeah.
So they have started.
This was the 4-player or the 2-player combo.
Here's their.
Yeah.
Do you know where the farthest people travel from?
We should ask that. Maybe that's started the talk we can.
Curious.
So I know.
What is it?
They're like
Otherwise,
Oh, okay, so they're not Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How many people are on the band?
That sounds right.
It's just big.
Yeah.
I didn't. I brought the previous version.
Okay, so just 4 of them. Okay.
They're actually
By
all
sound.
4. They are.
I bet they sound just as good as the original. Okay. Really? Wow.
That's sort of our
Era.
yeah.
The in thing, just like this stuff.
It's like the end thing, isn't that
Yeah,
weird?
that's why this, because this just came out like in the last couple of years. This is all new.
Yeah. It's
So,
interesting, but it's.
yeah.
I guess it's kind of all our generation.
Yeah, that want to go back and.
It's funny. Yeah, that's cool. Well,
So, yeah.
very neat. Yeah, that's, I'm impressed. Lots of stuff. Wow.
Yep.
So yeah, that's.
Maybe not.
Yeah, he's working on it. And all okay. Kind of a space invader.
Yeah.
With a little things here. It's called microvader.
Okay.
And there's even like cutscenes and stuff.
Oh, Galaga?
Give me the HVAC.
On the snowboard.
Ooh, yeah. Yes, you should still have been
Yeah, you still can do that. And that is a Lynx.
Okay.
Look at this. I mean, it's up to you if you want. I mean, I'll pay you for it.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to wait till I think I use every single. Yeah, just kind of towards. You know, I think I use all my flash. Yeah, I might have to order it after, like, whatever.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, it's not going to work for me right now. So
It's just so random.
which is a risk that I'm using. Plus, I might put one of yours if I really needed one. No, I'm good. I think I'll set that up.
They stopped and then they brought it back. Like,
Yeah, we're on 5 years. So now
But, yeah, thank you. But, you know, he's kind of hoping to retire early and be able to do this stuff more full time.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. Man, I see. Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know. Have you looked at the APA? You can buy some pretty cheap plans that are well.
But it's, I know it's like picking up even like the wind blows the tree or whatever. Oh, really?
That's what it is.
Okay.
It's based on your income.
I was going to say,
It's based on income.
oh, what the?
Like, I don't know, have whatever. But I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
The other night,
Right.
steps.
No,
they adopt him?
Tomorrow would be 55.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were kind of
Some space there.
taking them over.
Right, yeah. That would be. No,
They're being kind of like, what are they going
oh, we've been saving this whole career, you know, 401k and that, and there's ways you can access the 401k, start earlier than 59 and a half. So we want to do that, but then that comes with income, so then you have to be prepared, well, like, if we're trying to do the ACA thing, yeah.
So it's like 55
saw that. Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
and I think it shows up here.
Okay. Is it next step on it? Is it?
Yeah, it's called ministry.
Oh, okay. So I have some money in there too, but it's like every day. What's it called?
Yeah,
Did you have a PowerPoint? Yeah, it opened.
It should open in Google Slides, I think.
It didn't.
Well, that's what the problem I had with his original one.
We have the one. We have two HDMI.
Yeah. Because the housing allowance would be. Right. Yeah, same like with us, if we pull some money from Roch, some money from our investment.
I don't know. Okay, I probably do. I don't have, no, I don't pay for one.
Oh, here's what she got one. Yeah, she got one this morning too. Yeah.
Alright, so there's 30. Thank you.
Play around enough with the numbers to get.
Are you really? Okay.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's very cool. I'm glad you guys can make it. Enjoy the games. Let me know what you think about it. I'd love to hear your feedback. Yes.
Well, there's a good calculator that
Yep.
put in your
Yeah, so you should be on the Jagfest Discord, and so the live streams are through YouTube, and they're there for posterity too. So you can go back and review them after the fact and see what else happens today.
So I just did ACA calculator.
Oh, cool.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, thanks for making the trip. Okay, take care.
Like start playing around with what if I had known this? How much more I would pay based on the plan. Like, do you have any of your kids on the plan?
So, I'll tell you as far as an account.
Because then otherwise, right? Otherwise, his would be included in this too if he was still on your thing. But otherwise, so if it's two people in your family, you know, like say it's two people in your family.
Like the text, all this on
$100,000, say.
Oh, it did black on black.
yeah, it's
Sorry. I can upload its original file, but it's going to be in. You did.
And 55, and then no children. So like, it's not that it's cheap, but for $832 a month, you can get a silver plan. Hey guys.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. This is your breakfast.
Nice to meet you.
Live stream in again.
Talking finance stuff over here and.
Someone posted 20 minutes ago, is it over? Oh, maybe they know about the new thing.
Hey, come on.
Yes.
I'm not really much of a gamer. Although back in the day,
Yeah.
now I've got two.
Yeah.
They do different stuff.
Yeah, the modern stuff.
Yeah.
Connor likes it all, right? The modern and the old.
Shit, that's I went through a phase for a few years where like I wasn't really playing much video games, but I still always like the classic arcade stuff. But you know, I'm gonna do all this stuff home and I'm gonna go back to it.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of cool.
That's even with the $100,000. Let's say you changed it to,
I can see how
I don't know, 80,000 or something. And then that brings it. Should be changing, well, maybe it doesn't change the numbers. It doesn't even, let's say 50,000. Yeah, I guess not, one person, because I've always been doing it with more. Yeah, so if you just Google ACA for Affordable Care Act, ACA,
it's just
yeah, or you
Okay, so I see it is definitely very similar to SARS. Because think red is me. Because blue is definitely a CPU. But I don't know. All I seem to do is be able to throw the dice and play. It's not like there's a lot of choices left. Maybe I can skip a turn.
Grab that end of the TV and just slide it down about 6 inches. So I can
Yeah, I know.
There's like a hidden set of levels in the game or something.
Yeah.
Figure out how to unlock them.
You have to find a hidden thing after it.
There's like a barrel somewhere loading those like green bells like green or whatever. And I found all those like figure out where to hide it.
No, there's no audio. Just pictures.
Actually, two of her friends who I haven't met yet, who live in Maple Grove, like, work with her they're both going, so that's where they have like the original idea of go to this thing.
Yeah, see, you have to throw enough spaces when you're poised here. You have to throw enough points that you get into your home spot. Even though blue keeps knocking everyone else off the board. I have two and blue doesn't have any.
Because then I start to
most of what I know about cartoons is a derivative of like an ancient Indian court from like
I already
So is sorry just a version? It looks like this is definitely most of the rules of
Pinnacle my DVD, that's not something of mine.
Was this to like play your videos or whatever? No, I didn't. Yeah, Pinnacle. We had it. Every time I say when you do what?
On that slide, and then
Was that a slide that has a video on it?
yeah.
That's probably the problem. Is it's trying to play the videos.
Just click back on the screen, leave that window open.
I'm doing apparently very well. Blue has two in now. I've taken a bunch of the opposing
the last day I was really working on it, I thought that I was like, oh, this is kind of like I'm not going to see any.
So I would say, not worry about streaming the slides, and you can just post the slides later.
A bunch of people to come over to our house, and like there was a bunch
Oh no, yo.
Yeah, whenever it hits the video, it tries to do the thing.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
The video from his copy.
There's several that you don't have to do. But yeah, you could. If you
I didn't realize they wanted to
hit cancel.
Yeah, so I'm totally stuck with it.
Yeah, it's like a big thing that I was like having trouble coming to. So it's just like
Or just 3-finger salute and kill the PowerPoint and use the online one.
like that.
Oh, yellow just, oh. But I'm literally not, I don't think we really have a whole lot of choices.
Yeah,
Maybe you can control what piece you play at more times.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Oh, that's right. I haven't played anything since I It is kind of okay, blue is poised to win. Oh, yellow just cleared him out. Yellow might be good. Or maybe, it's very hard to. Oh,
it be easier if my power
But you're only controlling.
Definitely controlling.
I'm not gonna lie,
Green is the other game.
just click on the name.
I am, because it's just a passive play.
I was gonna tune it up so that it like runs better.
Oh, I just figured it out. Oh no, green figured me out. I still haven't punched someone.
We're gonna get that going after this.
Alright, so just use the online version and just have the black titles and screens. Pictures are so good.
Can you adjust the camera and put the light up too?
See what kind of price is. Because Ryan performs so well. Single flavor. I can't even.
It's from right here.
Battlefield. I won! I won!
It goes down? Yeah, make it go down.
Oh, thank you so much for letting me play that. I've been trying to find that game for 5 years now. Just as a historical option. I still remember that. Beginnings of sort of,
Alright. Should be ready.
You ready?
Yeah.
Alright, we can go live. Okay, everybody. Welcome once again to Jagfest 2024. We got another game talk for everyone. This is our last game talk for the day. And as I mentioned earlier, I won't be talking. I'll just do a little intro here. But we're going to talk about the Nuon, which we've got a Nuon player back here. It's a game system, DVD based, against the wall if you want to try it out later. But I've got a couple of guests here who are going to talk about developing hardware and software for the Nuon. So first I'd like to introduce Pete Chabonneau. He's going to talk about reverse engineering the Nuon hardware. So Pete, take it away.
Okay, I didn't do the whole hardware, just the controllers. So back in, what was it, late 2021, Carl comes over and says, hey, I got this system that no one, you've never heard of. They're fairly easy to get your hands on, but the controllers are worth their weight in gold at the moment. So the initial take was, hey, is this something you could look at and try and figure out a way to adapt some other controller and make an aftermarket controller for, because they're just not available. So in January of 22, I got a little pile of presents from Carl, and that started this whole project off. So first thing I did, hooked it up, see what it does. Quickly figured out I have no idea how to play any of the games for it. So my go-to is I just used an oscilloscope. There is much better ways to debug a protocol, but this is what I had available at the time. And of course, I get a new thing, the first thing I do is take it apart. So looking at the inside of the controller, it looks fairly similar to any other DVD player if someone's taken one apart. You got your power supply on this side, your motherboard on the side with the Nuon chip down in the lower left, and then this little board up in the upper right corner is what I was going in there for. So since the controllers were so expensive, I think Carl would shoot me if I cut the cord in half and wired into it. So instead I modified the player to bring out the signals so I could do all the debug without having to modify any controller hardware. So I did take apart a controller and did a quick reverse engineer on it. There really isn't a whole lot of, there's documentation about the Nuon out there, but it's this hodgepodge mix of the Marlin system, which was the pre-prototype system, and little bits and tidbits of the actual production chipsets and systems. So did a quick schematic, sent that out there just for future reference, so as I progressed, I knew what I was getting into. So this was the first capture of the Nuon controller bus. So at this point, I knew basically nothing at it. I just probed it up and see what's going on. The yellow is the clock line coming down to the controller. So they just send a 1 megahertz clock 24/7 out to the controller to clock its internals and clock the data going back and forth. And then you see this group here, that is the player sending command down to the controller. And then these lower spikes is the response from the controller. And the voltage shift is just due to the cable. So between the impedance and the capacitance on the cable, anything coming from it's going to be degraded a little bit. These 2 pages here were about the best information I could find out there on the controller protocol. So the important tidbits that turned out to be useful was just the overall packet format. It's a 34-bit packet with a start bit, a status bit, and then the data, command and data. That did match up to what I was seeing in the traces, so that was a really good sign. And then there was this chunk over here where they say ID Fox Fox, sending all Foxes as a reset, doing this is initialize the controllers and that. We get to the traces, you'll see there's never ever ever a Fox 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 Fox. So I don't know if this was a change between the Marlin prototypes and the production systems, or if they put in some bit scrambling in there to balance the transactions across the cable. So sending a whole bunch of ones or a whole bunch of zeros across a cable in a series is difficult because you don't have the transitions to sync back up to. So things can get confused. So a lot of times they'll just put it's not encryption, it's just a scrambler. So it just balances the numbers of ones and zeros across the line. I don't know which of those 2 it is, but it's one of the 2. So here's the initial setup. We went with a Pi Pico. The reason I chose a Pi Pico is they have some hardware in them called a PIO. So you have this really simple state machine that you can hook straight to the I/O pins, but it can run at a very fast speed and it's not affected by the internal timings of the rest of the chip. So it's very good for emulating hardware interfaces. Over on the oscilloscope, the light blue is the clock, the yellow is the data stream, and that purple, that's a trigger out of the Pico trying to catch that first bit of the packet to say, hey, I saw a start of the packet, start capturing data. And if you notice, that purple line transitions about 3 or 4 bits into the packet. So this was all done in Python at this time, and it worked most of the time. And I probably lost 3 months to this because that shift meant that sometimes it would miss a packet or it start decoding in the middle of the packet. So most of my data was good, but I'd get garbage every once in a while, which just trying to decode what was going on in the handshake just threw me for a loop because I'd get consistent stuff and then all of a sudden it was all kind of wonky and I couldn't explain why. So after figuring that out, I switched over to compiled C running on the Pico. That took care of the performance issue. I also tweaked the PIO blocks to try and pull some more performance out there, and I started getting clean traces. So what a boot trace of talking to the controller looks like is the center column. So you just got these 34-bit packets going back and forth, and that quickly became confusing, so I had to write a sort of a high-level interpreter. As I figured out things, it would apply it to the trace and then mark off the ones I still don't know what they do. Also, Carl found this controller diagnostic utility, which was amazing. Without that, we probably wouldn't get to where we were as fast as we did. So then, 29th of October, almost 9 months later, we finally got to the point where we could push a button and have it show up on the screen as a button press. Very limited. It only worked if it was plugged in from boot. It only worked in port 1 and only worked for one button. But it was enough proof to say, hey, this is real, we can move on to getting some better hardware to try and finish the reverse engineering and start working on a product. So first prototypes were in November. This is sort of a everything in the kitchen sink. So we weren't quite sure if we're going to build our own controllers, try and use an N64 controller, do something else. So we put a bunch of hardware on here so we could try and figure out which one we liked the best and then go forward with it. The one in the back is unique. It's the same board, but it has 2 jacks, so I can actually route the Nuon signals into it and then out to a real controller to do more tracing. Forgot to mention, if you notice on this one, I'm actually using 2 Picos. So one was running the controller emulation, one was tracing. So on to the next slide. This is sort of the trace setup we used to finish doing all the button debug. So I knew where the A button, the A button was, but I didn't know where all the other ones. And there was some weirdness in the packets. So from that, did a trace of all the buttons and some certain combinations. And what I found out is the individual buttons are just a single bit field, but then there's a bunch of bit fields where they're exclusive ORing different bits together and inverting it. I think that is all just as signal integrity check. So if a packet comes in and some of these checksum bits aren't right, it just throws it out and waits for the next one to come in. So you don't get random intermittent controller inputs from things that are just noise on the cables. So then 23rd of November, so basically a day later, we had all the buttons working. This just goes through all the buttons and you can see them poking around. And then that's an actual Nuon controller all taken apart and things glommed onto. So thanks again to whoever loaned Carl a controller. We did put it all back together. We didn't, no controllers were harmed in the making of this. But this is the start of doing the analog controller. So I quickly found out me trying to sit there and hold a controller in a certain position just wasn't going to work. So I wired a variable resistor in the place of the controller, and then I could sit on the diagnostics, turn it to a certain value, then see what the bus is doing. Again, similar to the buttons, there's some weird checksum bits that were going on in there. So of the 32 bits, the first 9 bits I think were the 9 or 15 bits were the controller values, so just the analog output. And then there was a series of control bits, or checksum bits, here in gray, and then the last 8 bits were always 0. This might be where the spinner data goes. We haven't really gone down that rabbit hole very deep. Interesting thing, the standard controller I had only went from like -100 to +100, but the system can actually accept from -127 to +127. All values are valid except for -1. So it's a 2's complement input, as is what's transferred over the bus. So you send the system -1 and it got unhappy. So quick video, just the analog. If you watch these 2 values in the middle there, you can see how it responds. So next up, we sort of settled on using an N64 controller. Just from a manufacturing cost to get shells made, custom boards to put in them, it made more sense just to pick a commonly available controller that had the button set that was needed. N64 is almost ideal other than the fact that Nuon buttons the Z on the back. So with that one exception, everything mapped out really cleanly. So then on the 3rd of December, we had the N64 controller up and running on the prototype boards. So at this point, the bulk of the development was done, and now it was time to switch over to finalizing the product, optimizing it for manufacture, and actually cranking them out. Second prototype, this was just shrinking the hardware down to the core stuff and making sure that it worked and passing it to some people to test it on other machines. This one, the 2 white connectors were actually just buttons for me to reset it and put it in programming mode, and then the USB is how you program it. So this was sort of my debug setup for several months to finish out the code. So we started working on packaging. The N64 connector actually sits in a pocket, so the case, when it's clamped down on it, actually is the strain relief, so you don't have to worry on solder joints. The board mounts into heat certs, and then there is a feature in the case, so the cable wraps up and around that feature that acts as the strain relief, so we don't have to have a separate piece to clamp the cable into the case. And then this is the final optimized adapter. So in the center you have the RP2040, which is the chips that runs Pi Pico. On the left you have its support, which is basically just the decoupling caps, a crystal for the oscillator, and then the EEPROM that loads its code. On the right you have all the interfaces going out of the box. So you got the N64 controller input at the top, the Nuon system connection in the middle, an LED, and then the programming port. So final PCBs, we optimized it for manufacturing, so we shrank it as much as we could. Initially we had a switch to put it in different modes to remap the buttons. We quickly realized it really wasn't needed, so we eliminated that from the design, which let us shrink everything a little bit more. We also finalized case design. Similar to the previous design, the cord comes in, it wraps around, so it's an integrated strain relief, and the two halves clamp together, and that holds the connector in place. This was our gate on production. So my little printer was a trooper. We printed 270 sets of cases for the first round of hardware at 6 cases per day. So out of all of that, I don't think I had any failures. This was using a gray silk filament, which if you're into 3D printing, the silk, the way they get the shiny part of it changes the properties of the filament, so it doesn't really like to stick to the bed sometimes. So it's very typical you'll get partway through a print and the part will pop off and then that run's gone. We got this tuned to the point where I don't think we had any failures. So it was just basically every day when a set of cases were ready, I'd pull them off, finish building those, and then go back to prepping the next set. Along those lines, since I was doing so many heat certs, I actually had to machine a quick little heat cert insertion tool. Up to this point I just use a soldering iron, and sometimes they'd be a little crooked. That greatly improved that problem we were having, because when the heat certs are crooked and you try to put the screws in, it don't go. So then you usually have to open them up and tweak them with a soldering iron again. Mass production. So the adapter boards we actually sent out and had them pre-assembled. So they come in panels like this, they're V-scored. So they sort of break apart like Kit Kats, which is very therapeutic after skidding 9,000 cables. The cables are firewire, mini firewire extension cable, or mini firewire cables. So we took a 6-foot cable, cut it in half. Firewire, the pairs twist in the cable. So for half of the cable halves, red is pin 1. Other half, blue is pin 1. So each one of these, as I assemble them to the cards, I'd have to test them and see which color code it goes with. So, you know, if anyone ever opens up their adapter and goes, hey, my wire color order is different than this guy's, that's intentional. There's 2 different assemblies, basically. So after cutting them all in half and rolling up in nice little rolls, got to skin off the outer jacket. Then on that side, you got to skin all the inner wires and tin them. And as you can see, the progression, you know, I do this nights and weekends, and as things would pop off the printer, I'd assemble them and then keep going on doing the assembly for the future ones. Attach all the PCBs. The N64 connectors aren't attached until after it's mounted in the case. So you'd mount it in the case, set the connector, and then solder it. That way everything was perfectly aligned. So first parts were delivered when Carl opened pre-orders on February 8th. I delivered the last unit, number 720, on the 9th of April. So several months of work went into this. Absolutely. And then And all the testing we did, everything else, we have one bug get out in the first batch that we know of. I don't think we've had any other ones. So when I initially did all the firmware development, I did it on a standalone Pico, just a standard off-the-shelf board. And I did all the hot plug testing, different ports, different combinations, everything. When I built and programmed all the adapters on the final board, I'd plug it in the system, program it, run it through the buttons, and call it good. What we found out is people were having issues where sometimes when they plug it in, it wouldn't work. You'd unplug it and plug it a couple times, then it'd get going. So I poked around on it. It's like, is it a reset problem? Is it a power problem? I tried all sorts of things, all the way up to the point of thinking, do I just put a little circuit in here that pokes the reset pin a couple times when the power comes up? What I finally found out is certain crystals start up slower in the Pico than others. And there is a stage 2 bootloader issue where if you have a slow crystal, the stage 2 bootloader will hang. So that's all code within the ROM of the Pico. But the good news is I was not the first person to hit this, and there was some compiler flags you could put to tell the stage 2 bootloader, hey, wait longer before you start trying to pull code out of the EEPROM, or pull the rest of the code out of the EEPROM. It was probably, once I found the commands, it was a bigger problem to figure out how to feed them to the compiler. But once I had that going, all those issues went away. So it's just a firmware update and all those boxes were fixed. And I think that's it. Anyone got any questions?
I think we only had maybe 5 or 10 total that people reported issues like that, so a very small percentage.
Yeah, it was just strictly, if we had a crystal that started up quickly, then life was good. It was just the ones that had a slow crystal on them, which is just, quartz crystals are a physical piece of quartz they cut to size, so each one is just slightly different even though they're mass produced.
How long did it take you once you had the optimized trace tools to work out the, like you said, like the scrambling protocol and stuff like that?
So once we got everything, it was about 3 days.
Wow.
So I think, yeah, we got the protos in on the 21st, and then the 23rd we had all the buttons working. Now, I had been playing with this stuff using the old trace hardware in the background while I waited for the new hardware in, so I had a running start at it. But once I got decent traces and I was able to put things together and line them up, it was fairly quick. The good news is I could just sit there and watch my output and press buttons and go, oh, hey, that command just started changing.
So you already knew like the basic like protocol headers and everything, you got that worked out?
Yep, so the protocol, the tough part of getting the protocol to work is the Nuon system doesn't treat the port as a dumb controller. It doesn't go, hey, there's a controller here, just read it. It actually goes out and goes, hey, who's on the bus? They respond, and then they initialize and give each other addresses, and then start talking over the top of that. So it was getting that part working was the hard part. And then once that was done, it's like, okay, here's the controller pull command, because if I push buttons, the bits flip in it. So, yeah, there's a total of, 13 commands I had to support to get from a system powered up to, hey, I'm ready to start talking to the controller, and just pull the button presses. Once you get through that initialization, then it's it's like an N64 connector. A command comes down, the controller just sends back the data.
So those 13 were the hard part then?
The figuring out that sequence of the 13, because certain ones, the first time you sent it, it doesn't send anything back, but the second time it would. And then there's the reverse, where the first time you send this, you get a, here's what this controller is, some sort of description, and then after that, you got nothing. So it's just getting the right, finding the commands and then getting the right sequence and the right responses. And if you don't do them quite right, the whole system just sort of goes, it stops talking to you.
So how many did you make or sell?
So Because 270, we sold the whole first batch, I know, and then you came back and did another batch.
Was it 50 or 100?
Yeah, I think 50 more,
Yeah.
like 3-4 months ago. So around 300 total units sold.
So did you think that there was that many out there to sell too?
I had never heard of this system before he showed up, so I had no clue.
Yeah.
But the good news is this chipset went into a bunch of different DVD players, so they sold as DVD players quite well. It was just the game system part of it that sort of went, didn't have a lot of traction in the day.
So is it just using a FireWire port, and then it's entirely different from FireWire?
Correct. So it's actually not a FireWire port, but a FireWire connector is the right dimensions to fit in it.
Yeah, they did their own custom connector for the actual controllers, and it just happened that FireWire is compatible, like 98% compatible. I've run into like 3 or 4 customers that said, hey, the plug won't fit. I'm like, well, are you sure you're putting it in the right direction and all that stuff? And they say, yep, I'm doing it. And it was just like a little bit of tolerance difference where their port might have been tighter or the plug might have been a little wider and it didn't fit. But like I said, I had like 2 or 3 people that complained, but everybody else, it's worked perfect.
How many Nuon players were made? Do you know numbers?
I don't know numbers wise, but again, they weren't put into just DVD players, so you can imagine a lot of people bought them and never used the Nuon features, just bought it as like an enhanced DVD player.
Huh.
So it's quite likely, because this was Samsung, this was Toshiba, they were sold in Best Buy, right? I mean, you could get them pretty commonly at the time. They were more expensive than other DVD players, so they probably didn't sell as well, but I would still guess there's tens of thousands of them out there.
Did you enjoy doing the reverse engineering?
At times. When I was chasing that timing bug, I was like, I literally saw this work yesterday. Why am I getting totally different data today?
Those are the best bugs.
Yeah.
Or worse bugs.
But yeah, once we got through the initialization and the handshake, once we got to the actual, okay, how do the buttons work? How does the analog work? That part was fun because it was, we knew what we were doing, or I knew what I was doing then, and it was just implement, test, and then tweak to make it work. The whole, up until that point was, okay, this is things running at a megahertz. That's pretty quick for most 8-bit microcontrollers. So it was, can we make this work? And then once we proved that we could make it work, then the pressure was off.
So you actually had some prior experience doing work like this, correct?
Yep, so back when the N64 came out, I did a lot of work on reverse engineering that protocol.
Is it similar?
It doesn't have the initialization, it sends a command, the controller sends the data back. I can't remember, I did it for one of my friends, and I can't remember exactly why we did it. It was something. Sure. It was something completely dumb, like we were trying to add turbos to the controller or something, and we made one of these, maybe 2 of these, and it never went anywhere. This was back sort of before the days of the internet and the forums. At least my group of friends weren't really big on the internet or knew where to go. So we just sort of did it, and I still had the stuff from it, but it never really went anywhere beyond that.
You also work professionally on some game systems, right? A little bit, or not?
Well, technically yes, but I'm not allowed to discuss it.
Right. But back in the like 90s,
Yeah.
late 90s era, kind of.
Yeah. Actually, it was when did that come out?
Maybe it's the early 2000s.
2005, 2006, I think, somewhere in there. So one of my former employers was doing contract work for some of the major game systems. So tangentially involved. I was in card functional tests. So I developed test software to test physical devices as they went out the door. So it's a lot easier there when you got a ream of documentation that says, oh, this register does this.
Unless it's wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Or there's a bit in there that they don't have documented that when you flip it.
Right.
Yeah. So, story from my coworkers back in the day. So when the IBM PC came out, So way back when, they were, they were several tens of thousands in today's monies for those first units. And our test team got one. I don't know what they were doing. I think they were going to use it for a controller for a system. And so they're writing software to run on it, which, you didn't have a Windows operating system that time, so they're doing the whole stack. And accidentally they found a bit that let the physical smoke out of the machine. Yeah, that was apparently not a good day, but, in the end it turned out, yep, it was a bug in the ASIC where when this bit flipped, it turned on both the high side and low side drivers on some I/O pins. So it was a direct short through the chip. The register wasn't documented at all. So it was documented and the bits weren't never set this to the other one, and it just happens that when they initialize the register, they picked the wrong value, and they used ones instead of zeros, and yeah, all the magic smoke came out.
Okay, thanks, Pete.
Okay.
Appreciate that. All right, so now for part 2 of the presentation, James Jones actually is going to talk about doing software on the Nuon. He's been involved with the community here for a couple of years, and he's at the show with us today. And he's going to walk through what it's like getting the SDK running, the software development kit. Yeah, come on and step over here if you want. And talk a little bit about how that works.
Do you have his? So it's that one, that PDF.
Where's the cable here?
Should be, yeah.
It's a short cable.
Killed my battery doing the, we were playing Missile Command 3D over there in VR and killed my battery, so hopefully we can make it through the presentation. I think I've got enough. We'll see.
There's a plug in behind the wall there if you need it.
Okay. I think I'll be okay. Let's see. There it is. Let's go outside.
Does it want full screen for you?
No, I can't get my mouse over there where I can see it.
There it is.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Have you seen the meme where it's the guys in Jurassic Park and mouse cursor?
That's good enough. Okay, yeah. My talk's going to be a lot higher level. Just an overview of some stuff that I encountered when I wanted to develop for the Nuon. So all crash, no breakpoints. My goals when I found the Nuon were at first to avoid it entirely because it's so obscure. But then, I don't know, I started seeing the stuff about Tempest 3000. I saw that the games were starting to come out from Carl again, and got me, it's like, okay, I gotta buy one of those things too. It's got all the guys from the company was started by one of the VPs from Atari, as they were as the chip was sneaking, he had a great idea to make these chips that would go in DVD players, like they were saying, and kind of be like a Trojan horse video game system that was kind of sold as a DVD player. Then suddenly they had this market share they can use to attract software developers, in theory. So I thought that was a cool idea. I read about the chip, and the chip itself is really cool. I'm not going to go into details here because it's too low level, but it's like a custom processor with its own custom instruction set. Nothing like the Jaguar. In my opinion, way more complicated to program. It's closer to like the Intel Titanium architecture. Very long instruction word. And then I've heard people tell me that worked on it. A couple of them work at the same company as me now. It's almost like it's closer to an early GPU from like the early 2000s than it is to like a processor. It's a very unique chip. So I got into it and I saw the instruction set and how complex it was. And so my goals, though, were to keep things simple. I didn't want to get bogged down in writing a bunch of tools again, because when I first got a Jaguar, what I wanted to do was make a game. Never actually did. I just wrote a bunch of tools and stuff, and that was a lot of fun, but not much to show for it as far as like fun games I could play. I wanted to do something in 3D because I like 3D. The Nuon was sold, or kind of marketed as a Mario killer. It's supposed to be like a Mario 64 competitor, N64 competitor. So I thought, you have to do 3D, right? It's got to be something that looks as if it's of the era. And I wanted something my kids could play and be able to pick it up and enjoy it. And also something that people like us could play, you know, the older people that still remember the system from back when it came out. So,
Hey.
yeah. Gotta be honest. So what are we working with when we're developing for the Nuon? The Nuon is cool because they actually did release a homebrew SDK as the system was on its last legs. So anyone who wanted to could register at the VM Labs website, download this SDK, and there were enough tools in there so you could make, from start to finish, your own game on a Windows PC at the time, and burn it to a CD and run it on some of the new ones that were released publicly. I think it's only the Samsung players that could boot the CDs. Somewhere, I don't really know how, the official SDK was put on the internet as well. That has support for Linux and Windows, which I like because I do all my work on Linux. Both of these contain a pretty good selection of tools. You have a compiler, C compiler that can compile code to run directly on the system. A pretty advanced assembler called Llama. Some sample code that gives you a good overview of most of the functions in the system. So you have Hello World, examples of how to do 3D with, there are actually, I think, 3 3D graphics libraries that came in the SDK, and there's sample code for all of them. There's some basic tools to convert like BMP files or graphics files into textures or just images you can load directly onto the system and display. And then there's some plugins to export 3D content from 3D Studio Max to 2 of the 3D libraries. I didn't actually use those. They're were very old versions of 3D Studio Max, and I've never used 3D Studio Max since probably the late 90s, so I didn't want to bother with that, but they're good references. And some people have verified they do still work. You can still use those. And there's a tool to generate the, I think they're called nuon.dat files that you put on like a DVD if you want to have some data beyond just inside your program like you do at link time. You can load data off of these files by packing them first. I took all those tools and smushed them together into one SDK, similar to the Jaguar SDK I did a long time ago. And that's on my GitHub page there at the bottom. I think the slides are going to get sent around in the Discord later, so if you want to download that, there'll be a link in the PDF there. So what's hard is testing. Testing is really hard in the Nuon because there is no way to directly load the code on there. So the way to test is just burn a CD or a DVD, try it, and most of the time when you're just starting out, that just means you get a black screen. Nothing comes up. So you go through a lot of DVDs. You can't use rewritable DVDs, so it's 1 use per disc on the DVDs. At least I haven't found one that works so far. You can use rewritable CD RWs if you can find a good enough one. For me, I've only found one disc that works. It's they have to be really high quality. So I use some old Sony Japanese-made ones that I found on eBay, new old stock. And I have about 4 of those. I haven't worn one out yet, but I've heard they do wear out eventually, and you know, they're not forever. But yeah, get a couple of those, keep them around. As I said, you can't run CDs on the Toshibas, and they only read certain types of Mac DVD, or certain types of DVDs. The only way I found to make an image of like an ISO image that you can actually burn to a disk and run on a Toshiba is to use the Mac Disk Image Creator. I don't know why the other ones don't work, but it reads them. It's not like the disk is bad. It reads the disk fine, and then immediately just stops. So something in those other disk images from like CD image burn or disk juggler or anything like that, it just doesn't like them. The original retail DVDs, they don't use the Mac, so there is something that you can do to make it work. I looked at the info on the file systems on the retail systems, and you can just use this Gear Pro 2.0 software. which I googled last night, and Gear Pro is still around. They're on version 8 now. I don't know if that still works, but it might be an option. But that does cost like $200, I think. There's no debugger. So when you run on the hardware, you get what's on the screen and that's it. You can't do any printfs or halt your code and look at it. VM Labs did obviously have some debug hardware they gave to developers in their development kit. No one I know that's actually actively developing has one of these systems right now. I know of 2 people I've spoken to that have them, but they're not developing right now, and one of them was talking about making them available for use somehow over the internet, but that's kind of hard, and I can see it wouldn't be something they want to put a lot of time into. And no one's really willing to part with them either. I haven't found like a John Carmack who will send me one in the mail. Keep trying. So the better part though is we do have the Nuon emulator, and it is pretty good. It's not that great if you're trying to play retail games. You can kind of sort of play Tempest 3000 on some computers, but if you want to develop, it is really good. The instruction set coverage is excellent. It's like even if you're running some code, a lot of parts of the CPU will only accept certain alignments of data. So if you have like a 32-bit variable, it has to be on a 4-byte alignment. And you know, on the hardware, it doesn't crash if you have it in the wrong alignment. It just doesn't read the right value. It'll chop off the address and read a different value. And I've done that several times in accident. And the Nuon emulator is really good at doing the same thing as the actual Nuon. So I was surprised by that. So both in the instructions and if you're doing the DMA blitting stuff, it generally behaves roughly like the hardware in that regard. So it's kind of bug for bug, or maybe not bug, but limitation by limitation compatible, which is cool. That lets you debug a lot of things. So it has good instruction set coverage. Yeah, all the instructions are there as far as I know. Some of them don't. You can't do all the things you can do in the instruction set on the hardware, but they're pretty close. The BIOS, which is like the kind of like the library of functions that are implemented in the boot ROM of the Nuon, the coverage there is okay. If you're doing something that one of the existing games does, it's probably going to work. Things like playing MPEG video, like a DVD video file, like the games like Freefall do, that does not work. That's not there at all as far as I can tell. And it's completely re-implemented from scratch. Like when you call a BIOS function on Nuons, it jumps in from the Nuon code into native PC code and executes it there. So the timing isn't the same. Things that are supposed to be asynchronous might happen right away, which causes some problems. In particular, when I was trying to do stuff with streaming audio, it just doesn't work because the timing's off, and I think there's some bugs in the higher level BIOS code that calls this code that doesn't handle that. It also has pretty good coverage of the DMA engine, or the memory transfer blitting code, or blitting hardware. Again, it's probably going to work fine if you do something that Tempest 3000 does. If you don't, it might not work fine. And you might get a little pop-up box saying, you know, command not implemented. But it's relatively easy to go hack those in if you have to use a new one. If you're developing for Nuon, you're probably going to get used to debugging Nuons itself. You have to go put the things in as you need them. Unfortunately, it does support setting 1 breakpoint per run. It's not a good user interface. You have to open up a text file, type in your breakpoint, close the text file, and start the emulator. And then hopefully you pick the right address and it breaks there. And then you can examine your state a little bit. But it's better than not having any breakpoints. And I use that quite a bit to debug some things. When you hit a breakpoint, it actually does stop, and you can view the CPU state in like a window like a side window on the emulator. That's really helpful, and that's really your main debugging mechanism if you have like a crash or something like that. So then you can examine that state. You can't alter it, but you can examine it, and then you can restart to see if, like, maybe you stopped too early, stop too late, but if you stop too early, you can resume and try to get an idea of where it's going to crash in the future. And I think most importantly, this guy Gwal did most of the work, but I fixed it up a little bit to have full support. You can do printf debugging. So in your code, you can type in kprintf and any kind of printf syntax you want in there, and dump out whatever variables you want to. And that's really how you can get some real debugging done. So at least anytime you're running C code or code on the main CPU, you can jump out and dump out any state you want and just iterate 100 times till you finally find the variable you're looking for, and that's really helpful. There's a couple of builds of Nuance out there. The original author unfortunately passed away, but the code was released, and then this guy Tox, he's doing a great job of maintaining the Nuance Resurrection repo on GitHub. So I send him some patches, and every time I send him a patch, he fixes a bug in it and commits it. So it's fortunate he's there checking my patches. There are still a couple of bugs, we'll say. So, you know, like I say, if you're going to be running some new game on it that hasn't been tested before, you're probably going to be debugging Nuance in addition to your game. But it's still better than trying to debug directly on hardware. Another great thing that happened recently is we can generate signed DVDs. So before a couple years ago, the retail disk authentication keychain had been released, so the keys that you need to sign a DVD before it will run as a game on the Nuon were out there. They do require that you use some ancient GNU PG encryption tools, because they use if I remember right, they use a hash that's been proven to be cryptographically weak.
Yes.
But not so weak that we've been able to crack it. But fortunately, Edge Connector did somehow recover the passphrases for the keys, because the keys that were included in the documentation were not correct, to my knowledge. And then he did went through the trouble of building the whole Linux VM that has the correct versions of the encryption tools in there, and a nice little environment where you just had to start the VM, drop in your code that you wanted to sign, run a command, and it signs the code. And then that worked pretty good. And then this guy Garcia ported the tools to Windows, so you could do the same thing on Windows with some batch files. That was still pretty complicated, though. You still had to kind of move your files around and do some stuff. So I just took both of those programs, modified them just a little bit. Those guys did all the hard work. But I dropped it into my SDK and checked it into GitHub. So now if you want to sign your code, you just run like, in my make files, I just have make nuon.run, and it signs it and packages it and everything. And then I have another little helper script that I run on a Mac to make the image that will run on Toshiba and Samsung systems. So it's much easier now. This goes from like maybe like a 15-minute process to a 30-second process. For me, since I wanted to do 3D, like I mentioned, there are three 3D libraries in the SDK already. And I was surprised to find that there's this one MGL that is basically like OpenGL for the Nuon. So if you've written any OpenGL on a PC before, since 1994 or so, you can write a 3D application for the Nuon using almost the exact same code. There's a little bit of differences in certain places. Some commands aren't supported. I think creating textures is a different workflow. But if you have like all your rendering command that sends down your vertices and all that stuff, it's going to port over directly. It's written by Scott Legrand, who wrote the renderer for Battlesphere as well. The source code is in the SDK, so it did have one bug so far that we fixed, and you can fix any more bugs you find or optimize things. It does run pretty fast as it is. I was pretty surprised. Especially if you use, there's some extensions to OpenGL though there to use fixed point math and fixed point formats for the vertices that you input and everything, because the new one has no floating point unit. It's all fixed point operations for all your math stuff. And you do only get 32 by 32 pixel textures, because that's the size of like the local memory on the Nuon processor cores. But you can also do rectangular sizes and stuff. And as it comes, you need to use 3D Studio Max to build your models if you want things to be at performance. But there's some other ways to get around that. I did end up writing one tool, unfortunately. So instead of using 3D Studio Max, I wanted to use Blender, so I reverse engineered the simple format for the models they have. And figured out how to use Blender. I'd never written a plugin for Blender before, but it's not that hard. So you just write some Python code. And now I can export models from Blender that will display directly in MGL. It's pretty fragile code right now. I've only tested it on like 2 or 3 models, and one of them is the simple cube. If you have anything that's non-standard, like if you have 2 objects in your scene, I think it just crashes. If you have 2 textures, it just crashes, all kinds of stuff like that. But I'm hoping to get that code cleaned up, and then I can release that. And if you need it in the meantime as a basis for your own projects or anything, I'm happy to give it to you. I don't want to do support on the code in its current form because it's not very good. But yeah, just get in touch with me if you want a copy. So just a quick overview of what you're going to go through if you want to develop a Nuon game. Basically, get the SDK, install it, copy the Hello World program or some other program that looks kind of similar to what you're trying to do, and just start adding in lines of code. Test a lot in Nuance, because the story of developing a Nuon is that if you get anything wrong, it just crashes. You know, you write some bad variable, it crashes. And crashing just means you get like a blank screen. So test often, because you're going to be debugging by kind of adding, removing code, and line by line basically. So test it. Use kprintf to log everything you do, so you can get a log of what went wrong, or find out exactly where things went wrong. See the Nuance README, how to set that up. So add lines of code, repeat, add lines of code, repeat, and Nuance. When you feel like you've gotten something working pretty good and you want to see if it's actually going to work on the hardware, burn it to a CDRW. Somehow get yourself a Samsung N501, or the 504 or 505 if you're ambitious. Run the CD on there, and you probably get a black screen. So then stare at the code for a really long time and figure out why you're getting a black screen on hardware but not on Nuance. And after you do this a couple times, you start to get a feel for what works on Nuance but not hardware. It has a couple, I don't know, different behaviors that you get used to running into. That just takes some experience. So then go through this, iteration another 100 times in the inner loop. And finally, when you think you're really done, burn it to a DVD-R with the signed binary and everything, and then test it again. And probably it's going to get a black screen again. So then you stare at that even longer and figure out what's different between DVD and CD, and ultimately, hopefully you figure that out, and then you have a working product. It does take a lot of patience. Give yourself breaks. Go outside instead of punching your keyboard. But yeah, it's really fun. It's rewarding when you get something working. And the system is very powerful. You can write an entire 3D game that runs 30 FPS using only C code. You don't have to dip into assembly if you don't want to. So as opposed to like Jaguar, where if you want to get anything running 3D, you're going to be doing JRISC, and it's fiddly and things crash all the time because the Jaguar is the Jaguar. The Nuon has plenty of its own bugs. It's not like the Jaguar is so much more stable or so much more unstable than the Nuon. Nuon's incredibly buggy hardware, but it is fast. So if you stay on the expected path and everything, or find workarounds, it will run really well, even just with not super optimized code. I think that's on my slides. Yeah. So any questions?
When's your first Nuon game coming out?
Good question.
Next question.
Bum, bum, bum. The real question is, would you all like to see his first gameplay on a Nuon today? Ooh.
Anyone want to delay that with questions?
So how separate is the Nuon system from the DVD player? Does it like just work on top, or once you load a disc, it's entirely separate?
No, it is the DVD player. So the whole idea of the Nuon was that it's one chip that can handle all the functionality needed in a DVD player, plus be like a competent game chip as well. So it's really like a system on a chip. You have to have separate things to control the DVD drive itself, and do like video encoding, not like video encoding like we do nowadays, but like RGB to YCDCR and that kind of stuff and everything. But the chip itself, all the DVD, like MPEG-2 decoding, I think all the sound processing and everything like that, all run on the Nuon chip itself. And they have the BIOS has a really hyper-optimized set of functions in it to like play a DVD. And one of the processor cores, there's like 4 Nuon cores in each chip. One of them has some special instructions that like help with MPEG-2 decoding, I believe. So it's almost entirely software decoding, but there's a little bit of hardware functionality to help. It's a really, like the official Nuon OEM architecture guide has an overview of the entire chip with all the instruction set and all the special functionality and everything in there. It's a fun read if you like technical stuff. It's a really cool chip.
How do I tell if I have a DVD player that has the Nuon chip in it?
It'll have a little logo on the front of it. There's only 3 of them. You see right here in the corner, it has the Nuon logo somewhere on the front of the DVD player. And it's, in the United States, it's the N501 by Samsung. Toshiba SD2300 and the Samsung Xtiva N2000, I believe.
Yep.
And there's a couple more in Europe, and there's also some RCA units that have a Nuon chip in them, but they can't play retail games. They can play CD games, but there's no controller. So you have to control it with the DVD remote, which is really hard. But they do run twice as fast. They have there's 3 versions of the chip, and those are the only ones with the Aries 3 chip where it's actually clocked at the higher rate.
Warner controller in there?
I'm working on that too. So I got it wired up. The circuitry for controller is actually on the PCB. So they ripped it out probably for cost reasons. They just got the components. But I got it wired up, and I can get the clock signal out, but I'm not getting any of the initialization packets that you're talking about. So I think they might have ripped the support out of the BIOS. So I have to go back and the BIOS does support loading drivers at runtime. So I'm hopeful I can figure out how to do that. But I put that all on hold because, again, I was getting bogged down too much in tooling and stuff, and I was like, no. I'm never going to do anything if I keep looking at this. So that's in my closet right now. I'll get that back out hopefully pretty soon. And that'd be really cool because then we could have, you can see what we could actually do on a double clock rate chip.
You want a serial port for your new one?
What's that?
You want a serial port for your new one?
Yes, that's the other thing. If you're working on that,
That would come in handy.
Yeah. There is a serial driver. It's not in any of the new ones I'm aware of as far as I can tell. It's not in the retail BIOSes, but there is like a demonstration program of like a serial terminal, and there's like a serial device in the SDK. So they obviously had it working. There's a picture on Nuon Dome of one of the serial adapters that they made with the polyphase chips. And by the way, there's like one of the controller chips is in the little museum box right here if you guys are here and you want to see it.
Right here is a little breakout board.
So it has like a serial data mode that you can just put it in, I think, and it'll act like a UART basically. But I don't think the software is really there in the retail unit, so we have to figure out how to load some software to do it. Or write our own separate protocol, but it's really hard to access the raw protocol from software. It's guarded behind some stuff. But yes, I would like that.
So we actually have a copy of James' first game for the Nuon that he's working on. It's about, what, 95% done, would you say?
Depends.
Okay.
What you guys think of it?
So it'll work on the player we have over there. This is Ring Flyer for the Nuon. So it's a 3D game that he talked about, and it's pretty cool. I'm excited for you to get to try it. I'm sure he is too. So thanks, James. Appreciate your talk here. And
yeah, try the game out. Let me know what you think.
Let the games continue.
Once that was done, it's like, oh, yeah,
I would start an easy Mario.
yeah, no, that's He's got in trouble.
Are these free?
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're basically just labels, but then they're many bumper stickers.
Better to control it analog or?
So you guys just be making more?
Yeah, sure. That's all Carl. I just get a little message like, hey, can you give me another 50? Sure.
Yeah.
It's obviously kind of like the bonus levels of 50,000, the way I look at it.
Yeah, or like the trainer and start box.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a
Feels like Star from your
What's that?
Asteroids.
I need to be shown the best.
Hector is also one that just got released. Or this is like,
I was told that this one was good.
but yeah, so this one looks like.
Oh, cool.
Did you see the OG worms? Too?
Yeah, I was taking a look at that. I didn't realize it was a Jaguar game.
Mm-hmm.
Should we? What should we do?
Before the presentation, I was going to ask you guys if you've seen Soul.
I love that one.
I love that
It's
one.
so good.
It's like the same vibes.
It kind of flew under the radar.
Yeah, I feel like it's like underrated. So
Well, yeah, I mean, it released in like what, 2021?
Yeah, 20 was the pandemic, like, peak.
Yeah.
I know, I gotta buy some. Where they sell it. Probably expensive, huh? Well, yeah, I'm not quite a big bag. For what? You chase
It's actually kind of funny. It's basically the game that's long.
But the next level is you get harder because the rings start to move and they get further apart.
What?
And it's only 50 calories for that one bag. How much is that one?
The first level still might be some of the areas is a little faster. I know.
So that Target.
It's just that it's only the first one for the whole screen.
It's like they only sold it at
Do not
Target
go any faster than it is.
Right before the break.
But that's why those kind of things are bigger bags because they're so expensive.
Yeah, because the first level is like kind of lull you to this. Oh, I got this game. Easy, no problem. It'll just be something new.
Can I go with you for a walk? No. I gotta get over it.
Occasionally when you're a little further back to, they're like, yeah, which one am I going to? This one or this one?
Yeah, it's all size based. Yeah, that's not a bad feedback.
Oh, yeah.
So it turns out it is fully updated.
It's a different space closer together.
This is like the 3DS format.
Does your,
3DS, no, 3DS is a plugin for the 3D Studio Max itself, so like programs that are already exported to the thing.
here's another exclusive. This is an so far unreleased on the internet puzzle game.
Hard, man. Level 4 and hard. Yeah, I'm saying.
I like the D-pad better than the analog. He was playing GoldenEye 1, and then got to frigate level, and he was
You got it moving it, so you got this.
I'm working on it.
Chain reaction.
Oh,
You got the red ring.
I acted like,
they're bouncing.
moving. Oh, there, I got that one.
It's a much more sort of action based.
I got that one.
It's like being like skiing on 20.
I had that one.
You have to be really, really good. Or at least
Are you supposed to dodge this?
really going.
Yeah, exactly.
Avoid the rings old time.
And in this game, actually,
I was thinking about that because
Right.
I'm kind of
there's a
used
lot of
to.
I prefer inverted.
Yeah, you can pause if you want to go change the up down.
You have to wait for it to do
you only have a certain amount of time.
Game save code. Ooh, I got a save code.
You just pause it here.
If you don't do it, then putting over, you find I don't know any
Yeah.
got
play in River as well.
Yeah, I like it inverted with the D-pad. The analog stick doesn't feel right.
I've never seen this game before. That's why I sat down and I want to see what it's all about. Sure.
Up and down.
I know it's opposite day.
Alright, I suck. Alright, I'm going.
That is
Oh man, they're just moving all over the place there, aren't they?
really fascinating. Basically,
You have some indication of which way it was
very
moving.
kind of
The historians about a valid surface.
it's one of those
Something to,
What level have you got up to?
you know, maybe have,
so it's a game where play as
Stops and show like where you're headed.
actually, you actually make a little,
I just went like if you were like pointer, we can't figure out where each space where we go. This is where you're headed.
oh, you mean
Like a target reticle, but like off to the left.
Yeah, like a reticle that's.
Alright, he's fine.
Everybody's scared.
everyone's scared now, should I go back to the first level?
Should I go like to level 1 and easy? Yeah. So is it 10 levels in this?
I started level 4. Now you're
Level 4.
hard.
We're throwing chairs.
Uh-oh.
Apparently I missed that.
Check that out sometime. It's pretty cool.
I like the original.
Oh, you're kind of.
Yeah, I got you before you were even born.
Level 4.
I keep
Level 4, yeah, and hard. Oh, look at that balance. Well, those are on hard, right? You put it on hard mode.
I just did it on wherever we were.
Level 4 in hard mode is like, that is big.
Level 10 on a hard takes me like 4 hours to power myself.
Oh. Okay, the last one's not too bad.
Oh, yeah, 53%. Who else wants to get punished?
Like, we can also change it back to medium or something.
Yeah, someone's got to work through the first two levels.
Start the next screen.
Yeah.
And here you pause.
yeah, feel is
Or like, you get the next game. Okay, so quit the game and then. Right.
So, my best, yeah.
Like that.
and it's some of that energy from that first
Do you know what these things are? Like, I see there's a QR code.
So again, this is one that Songbird can publish here for every month.
That's how I can get
Oh, thanks for clearing that up.
the Metroid clone, except you have
I will do another factory run of this.
swing on
I might have that other game, so it's
a grapple, which is
official like thing. This is a DVD. So it'll be a factory press DVD, not a DVD-R. Where I was.
Where did you produce like the Lynx?
Well,
So do you have the mold
for the shell, it's got, yeah, and then the boards from electronics.
Do you assemble them then, all your,
I do not.
get your whole family there?
No, the assembly would take way too long.
Oh, yeah.
So, Pete's actually done small batches for me in the past, like, 50 or 100 here and there.
Yeah.
But to do like 1,000 plus, I have to factory.
Okay.
So they come to me blank. That's the good part. Is like in the old days, I had to actually program each chip individually, so I couldn't just get blank parts and do it programming myself. Now I can have a stack of blank parts and just put them in a Raspberry Pi and program them four at a time. So, is that flash versions? Are we on this?
It really does, yeah, because I'll even use it in my workouts.
No, this one is just.
Although this one here doesn't like it when I discover new music, well, new to me anyway, so I'll play it with my.
Yeah, that was for St. That was for,
You beat him up, good job.
and I have that.
Notice that that's logo. It's like don't drink it more.
I just wondered why the Lynx were like that.
Yeah, it's pretty clever.
Kind of a, right a level 3 on medium starts really good.
What with the new thing?
Then we find out you can't compensate fast enough. Yep. So you have to anticipate.
No, I bought it at
Yeah.
a store. But you also don't have a good reference for when they're gonna.
Like I'm trying to guess like that. Well, the thing is, it's always like the same amount of time it takes. So eventually you should be able to get a reference of like how long you got. So at what point do you feel like you hit like did you lose an hour or what? Or jail just keep missing one?
What does it mean by coverage?
Yeah, it tells you what you're saying.
I love that little
Because they had a buy one get one half off on there. I said so many that I was I can't just get this.
Oh my god.
Really?
That's where I got my the Batman one with the gold symbol.
Yeah, the short circuit. I'm doing that in microwave, so you have more software to play your shit installed on the screen. So I have to kind of pretend like I'm gonna wave it. Okay, so if I need to fight, I'm just making do something, not, you know, motor controls, blah, blah, blah.
No, it's still fine.
I'm just using it because I'm not like so like because it's a little more tight. Yeah. In the game state, then you
Like I'll play a Link to the Past on my Switch online, and then I can use the analog Link, but it doesn't feel right, so I just use
it definitely gives it a little extra.
Oh, you know what? This is actually bad in real life.
I don't miss any.
Look at him go. Look at him go.
We used to tempt us, you can do this.
It's all about the grunt.
You gotta lean your body. The more you grunt, the more you lean. Just that one.
Oh!
Oh, you might be looking at the next frame like, otherwise it's not quite enough time to compensate.
Yeah, the controller in 3D space.
At least the last one's simple.
Alright, now did you get it?
I don't think so.
Oh, 71% complete.
I got it?
You got it.
It's gonna make me suffer some more.
Surprisingly start getting hard level.
Okay.
Start getting hard.
Breaking up into smaller. Some asteroids actually.
No, not really.
No, it switches your pocket has more something. We've taken this. We've taken this.
You make it sound terrible.
So now it's not the same.
And that is kind of like 2D though.
Actually, looking at it, it's actually kind of doing like that.
Yeah, the text that I was.
I just noticed that I was
Yeah.
like, wait.
Yeah, and the rings are all kind of square that way.
Yeah. Just noticing that. Now we got something here to write the function.
Right now, like, it's hard to use the stick. It's down, so then you actually spot it.
That one's
Keep it standing on that right point that.
Those are going really fast.
But I was just gonna
just
say,
feeding right there. That way you got that one.
Although it is kind of cool, shape of them. Right? But I'm gonna try it. Start moving them. Really important. Oh, that thing.
That's very
I got a safe throw power line.
That's a really pretty nice. Cute shots. I wonder what we'll do.
Yeah, it's fun.
Just inverted the way most of these games play. I want to say I've seen this style of game.
Oh, yeah, yeah. So I actually have medical drop on the Everspeed. Yeah.
I want to say I was playing some Japanese arcade.
Have you ever been to
Good job. Thanks for sharing.
Now we need serial ports.
That would be handy for development. It'd probably help spur more development because yeah, the whole, and I've done sport a little bit too, where you just keep burning more and more discs. That's not fun.
Red pixel.
Yeah. Way back when I worked on, just for fun, I worked on the Doom port, which was never released for Nuon. Added like better, weapon selection and stuff like that. This was the same thing. I was sitting there burning CDs like every day to try the next thing out because there wasn't even an emulator back then. So it's like, okay, how many changes do I want to make to the game? And where I have to keep testing them. So I just did a few surgical changes, called it good.
Probably, I mean, I suppose you can't save this.
But I'm glad he's working on this, and I'm hoping this will maybe spur other people on. He's going to release the source for it eventually too. But he said, I like that he did it in a pseudo 3D game because it shows that you don't just start with like a Tetris code or a Pac-Man code. You can actually do something a little more sophisticated.
You can't burn the disc with the player.
Yep. It's just a read only.
With sale, mix organic cosmetics.
That's why even in the other games,
Yes, sir.
to save like this, an Xbox or whatever, you put the disc in, it's saving the data to like a hard drive or a stick or whatever.
Title screen is full.
Yeah, I forgot.
Option, pause, sorry, option, it's the option button on top, or bottom one on the top.
It is kind of sad.
I actually have over here a memory, separate memory, saved by okay. I've wanted for a year, I finally got one here.
Yeah, those are actually decent quality. I like
Green was very limited.
That's my do you play the piano?
Memory sticks, like I could use for PlayStation. So I'd use like the Kangaroo or whatever, compress the
I don't
save.
know. I do know.
Really? Yeah, Evan stays here
Swap them
transcribing
out
his
whenever
outputs.
play a game.
Okay.
But this would need to be tuned really badly.
This saved by.
Big old grand piano or like.
No, it's
So they sell, home arcade units.
Think about the VCS. Look at all the stuff. Everything I've been switched.
Okay.
Right, yeah,
There's
Oh yeah, no, I can see what we're learning too.
I can't imagine it's more than.
That's nice.
That should be fun.
Jump button and you can shred.
Makes an extra like.
Well, I already play pause and other things. That's where we figure out like all of it.
Heads up. Sorry, I tried
You probably need it. So I don't look at it, but you might need to look at it. If we're gonna build our own
That's the score. It's kind of weird how it's like the play space. I think it's just a limitation of the screen size.
I already wore out.
Here, they have a $30.
Actually, that's the 3DO where I killed the disk drive in it because
Sorry, I think it was right 6.
Oh, really? The disk drive went out. I have another one.
Oh man, he did it.
So I picked the one that.
The Microvader's score has fallen.
Announce it. I mean, given the response on Tempest, which I think is so cool. So it's like 125 or so, I think. So I could see a lot of people who bought it. This big things like, well, yeah, I found it by Tempest. I want to play it. Yeah. Versus like trying to stop right away and go away.
I like that first design, the 3D or the
You gotta get the hang of it.
So you retake your title.
Yeah, that's probably what threw out my disk drive.
So right when the boss is appearing, I got bombed.
Back in college, I went to
Check if there's like gorillas or anything. Just because like I'll have a gorilla, please.
Before I had, I think I had
Really? So what's the gorilla star?
$600-$700, and I'm like,
it was just coming in from the side. They had like the bomb all the way down through.
yeah, I heard that. I do not have that. I need to find all the rock music and stuff. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Try and get this one shot. They have over 300 critters, 140 species. They have monkeys.
Yes.
Okay.
Give you infinite attempts?
Like security. Yeah, I believe.
Do you want to change the sensitivity or does it?
There you go.
That's fine.
Okay.
Wow, pretty good. Oh.
So close.
Yep.
There's no gorillas.
There's not?
It's fine as long as there's monkeys.
They have monkeys.
Oh, so close.
Fully support.
Otters are cute. Yeah, they do that.
We can't see them, but we support them.
I wish they would just tell us. Oh, there we go. I found the list. They have porcupines. They do have
Like in bowling where you coach slimes. This time I want you to hit all the pins.
We go to the zoo and just.
They have goats and sloths and armadillos and foxes, leopards.
Wow.
Kangaroos.
Oh, so close.
Really? They have a lion. I've seen they're like jacked.
year I went to in Colorado, you can pet and feed the giraffe.
Even then, there's only like 3 seconds before the
Oh,
ceremony.
You don't go through, but you still damage the thing.
Yeah, I've never been that close to a giraffe before. I fed one. I lifted my hand.
Did you see the purple tongue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, we got about 90 minutes left in our high score competitions. They're gonna figure out our winners. Oh wait, I need to enter scores?
That's okay, I'll be here.
No, I just need to try.
Oh, you did that too.
I've been forgetting about that. I did one yesterday.
Yeah.
Had to walk away because.
I mean, yeah.
If you want to borrow a cartridge.
Chris had like a 5-point lead on
Microvators. Microvators was just basic, no time limits or anything, right?
Yeah, it's just you play until you
Star Streak is what time limit.
Correct.
I just want to see that.
Oh, that's it. I got mine here. I'll get mine.
Actually, I think that would be a good time. Oh, somebody outside.
That's why. Microvators over here?
Okay, everybody ready for a group photo in a minute?
Oh, yeah.
Time to take the official attendee photo. So you have to be at least 40 years old to participate. I'm just kidding. You got to be an OG, as the youngins say.
I don't know if they say that anymore.
I think that those aren't youngins. Wait, is this the 1999 reunion photo?
We're going to do both.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, who was here at the 99 show? I know I was. Tyler is here. Yep, Tyler gets to be here. Nice. Only if you can remember it. Was it only us?
Anybody else?
Photo.
Everybody?
99 photo.
I can't remember. Was Kevin at the show?
Who do you ask?
I thought he was. Did you go outside?
He went to the bathroom.
Okay. We'll wait a minute. Well, actually, while we're here, we can go ahead and do a family photo since it's us.
I mean, it really is just us.
I think he meets him and his brothers.
Well, you were at the show too.
I'm sure we can adjust it afterward.
You don't want to be in the photo? Not really.
No, I mean, I don't know.
All right. We'll do one with us three, and then, yeah, you can be in here too.
Okay, just Carol and the brothers first.
Wait, was I supposed to wear my t-shirt?
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
1, 2, 3.
Were you at the 99 Jagfest?
Yes. No.
Yes? No.
99, 2001.
Okay.
All right, group photo. Everybody? Yep, everybody over here with the Jagfest banner. We might need people sitting in chairs in the front row.
I can take the picture.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you're one of the short people, you should get in front.
Okay. Yeah, so let's get a row of chairs in the front.
You have to be in the front row.
Because we're probably gonna need just one chair.
You have to be in the row behind this chair.
Do you need me to move?
All right, we probably need to get tighter.
Maybe a little bit.
Alright.
So at least 3
We could just pull the whole
layered
table back.
people, probably.
Do that.
Do whatever your heart's content.
Alright, so we're gonna get narrower and then add another row. So the chairs need to move up.
Who touched me?
We touched.
I need an adult.
Well, I guess we started at
All right.
Can you fit everybody in, or do we need to?
Can't see you there.
I think some people need to.
The tallest in the back.
Okay, now I see it.
There we
go.
Oh, we got a sign too. So. Could this show up? It's down here?
Yep.
Okay.
You want to sit down,
Get in here,
Carl?
girl.
Or where-
Somewhere.
Yeah, what are you doing?
There's the chair right there.
Sit in the
Pull
chair.
up a chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're old man.
I think you're supposed to dab, Carl.
That shows how old you are.
He doesn't even know what that
That
is.
stands only.
Okay. I think we got it.
Got it?
I took multiples.
Okay, now
so-
everybody in the air.
Wait,
All right.
you gotta do something funny like that. Go back, go back, go back.
Funny photo.
One more. The silly
Just
one.
like, you know, whatever.
We'll do a whatever. You do a cheer.
You good? Okay.
One, two, three, Jaguar! Okay, try. Oh my goodness, this half of the picture's like, yeah.
Okay.
Now the 99 Jag people.
No, we already
Well,
did
it's just.
Oh,
It was just family.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, you can have that.
Sorry, your phone's still on.
Tyler was there. All right, so Tyler, now you and I got to do a photo.
Slime roll or what do you want to do?
Yeah, well.
We got to stand back.
Probably like barely young. I feel like there's a photo of Rose.
Wait, are you gonna hold Tyler? Are you really going to?
Join Tom Lynx Slime World. Bring your links over here.
Carl, sit down and hold me on your back.
Because he was born in the
He was an infant at the 99 Jag. So he actually attended the show.
Okay, I got it. So I have to register.
So what?
Have to register.
I have mine in their call. I have mine in their time. It's all put on your.
I'm looking forward to the
Dad, do you have the original picture out there?
Is that a game? I'll get her to.
Dad, do you have the original on here?
Well, you have the melted crayon wire. I wish I had gotten one of those. They're plain black plastic now. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's what he used. It was melted something. I don't remember what he melted. It was something you wouldn't think of. No, I think it was. Igor said that he melted down, because I asked him about the rainbow ones, and he said it was something melted down. I don't know what it was.
So do we wait at the screen until you
You have how much you gotta use?
That's me. Yeah,
That's okay. Yeah.
Play some stuff on here. And we just got like on and break out.
I have not played any practice, so I'm really out of practice on this one.
Oh, no.
All right, what, any tips other than stepping traps? How do you avoid stepping traps?
Well, it's in.
Okay.
You know what the balls that come off the ground?
Yeah.
Isn't there
There's one level that
fall
has
down.
I didn't use that band.
Oh, wait.
miles or something like that, but that's only level 6.
Oh, no.
It's very sensitive.
Yeah.
If you want, we could actually decrease the sensitivity.
I think we're clear. All right.
Oh, we're
sorry,
just doing
skipped
samples.
it.
Okay, that's fine. Practice. Challenge you got, by the way.
Well, how can you tell who you are?
I have blonde hair.
I have blonde hair. No, I have blonde hair.
You have blonde hair.
Oh, so everyone is the blonde on their own.
Try to hit it with like the edge of the panel because then it'll like.
Somebody needs to get in the water. Get in the water. Get in the water. Oh no, I got slimed.
I tried it again.
Yes. Oh no.
You get slow. The water is good.
You get slow slime.
The slimy water is bad.
Nice.
Oh gosh.
What's your favorite game that you've played?
Oh my god. Is there any water?
Oh my goodness, I just went there. Oh, that's
I kind of like the
Ah!
Oh
my gosh.
We are playing the Killy Tower since we already got that. Or is this co-op?
I think it's co-op.
I
don't think there's a...
Well, there is, because there's a deathmatch mode where you can use poison gun.
Oh, right.
I just don't know what they're playing.
By the way, there's a secret door.
Yeah, they still make it.
Yeah, I've heard of franchises.
Warrior needs water dead.
Yeah, but those graphics are actually really polished.
Use or switch weapon.
So you, option 1 select scrolls through them. Option 2 select
Slime shield.
the first 2 turns.
It's hard to pick up.
This is level 6.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm getting... Ah! Ah! Can you kill the things that pop out of the ground?
Not those.
No, you can get them to go back.
You shoot right where they come out, you can kind of pin them down.
I'm taking the top route. Is there not a top route? It's just a dead end?
Where they have a mechanical punch. And it's all like, you've seen
Don't, if you're using a jetpack, don't go in the water because it turns.
They're supposed to turn green again. Baby. That's fast.
Wait, no, somebody's shooting. No, it's working. Slowly.
Is it?
No, she's actually
How far are you?
She kind of
what's next after?
Patrick's done. Or is it just, I'm done for a while. I've been off projects for a while. I need to, my hydrator's getting tested now. I need to it's one of those 40 there's a bug, support of it. So I need to log in on the original emulator to figure out why it's shooting.
Yeah, the one with slime.
I also just figured out, I don't know if I told you, I figured out
Okay, you can't shoot yourself.
protective cartridge, so that's the one that has the CE support. Well, it turns out that the code I wrote 25 years ago has a bug in it. And I only found it because I changed form factor, so I went from 32-bit with cardboard to the 16-bit with the flash chips. So all the flash cards I've done in the last 5 years, there's a bug in it where the CD unit requires that you always access the bus, the cartridge bus in 32-bit mode. And it stays in 60-bit mode, which works just fine for the cartridge run. But when I try to access the CD functions, it can't. So I need it should be super hard, I need to go hack my ROM code from 20 years ago. And patch in, I changed the bus bit back to 32-bit whenever I access the CD, and then put it back to 16-bit when I need to access the cartridge.
Oh, there's a red jump.
And there's only a few spots where I do it, so it's not like it's a constant switch. actually like have a time
So they switch. So they have two different cartridges, a 32-bit cartridge and a 16-bit cartridge.
It's a programmable bus width, so you can tell it like you can go 8-bit, 16-bit, or 32-bit width. And all my old cartridges from like 20 years ago were all 32-bit, so I never even thought about it. I didn't know I have to change these things to make it work. So I just found this out 2 weeks ago that my current protector cartridge the CD-ROM. So I need to hack it. Even though now it's a cartridge version, you need a CD-ROM, but for the sake of people who want the CD, I need to hack it. That's another thing. And I need help in finish testing this entire flyer. Because it's like 95, it's not bad, and just a few quality of life improvements and grammar checks and stuff like that.
Yeah, go to the task.
This is just one.
What's that?
Task.
And it's the
Tool assisted speed run.
Oh. That would probably be nice. Because he's played it himself start to finish.
Because you can do that now.
Oh yeah. Oh, we have the filter.
I just bring out the N64 half and just make something that plays something back.
Right.
Hard part would be timing
Are the blue things jumps?
the start of the game to when it. Well, you just put a big delay because you have to push the start button to start the game and time right over that.
Do you want to? Somebody
Yeah, because I'm trusting him. He can beat all the levels, but he said the last level was hard. Yes, it's been a couple hours on it to finish it. And it's easy, medium, hard mode, so then easy mode is easier to do it.
Yeah, now I'm like just having that.
And then the first week of actual
At some point,
it's like it's just a learning curve.
cartridge. Either getting more of the same boards made or alternative circuits. I've got like, I think the smaller double ROM,
Like I just took microbiology and I didn't really
400 cards left, 100,000. And on
like I learned how to do lab
bigger
work.
each ROM, I've got
So it's like I was
you know, we're seeing 2 or 3 new Jaguar games the next year, and so every time we use games, we 100 games per person.
That's how much.
So I'm like, this is just like kind of fast.
You see a lot more.
I know. But I know you talked before about like, you know,
I've been thinking about it. I just gotta-
it's like a lot of
It'd be
information.
really nice if you just organization.
Yeah.
I find something fast, I'll hold off of SD. SD card to stop on there.
right.
It's like a 3-week class.
That'd be cool, especially, so this one thing to keep in mind is, I know I told you 6 megabytes is like kind of technical, right? So you got more of a Jag.
I think every day.
Very few games even did 6. It will have no retail fees, but before, it'd be nice is to have it support some kind of bank switch.
And
So
I don't know. It just feels like for the last like year of school,
Go phone register in there.
I think we need to go all the way to the.
Because I can do that, and like, I soldered at 2 yards.
less classes.
Then I have to write so 7 CD games, whatever, it's like 800 megabytes. And I can port those using a CD-ROM BIOS replacement, which I already have packed. Then I could just run it purely off the cartridge.
There we go. I was gonna say, how do you know?
Now you open up CD games to cartridge system.
Which I was thinking some more classes, but it was just
There's not very many CD games that write to retail library, it's only like 10, 12 games. But there's actually some good games in the CD library, so it's a shame that Jaguar fans have never even played those.
yeah. They say it's like around 5%.
It does, right, that's why I had this collision now where, because I was doing an oddity where the cartridge was trying to talk to the CD and say, I want to, you know, you should spin the disc and read data off of it. They never had that concept back in the day, it was only, oh, there's a cartridge, always boot the cartridge, there's no cartridge, but then try the CD and the CD text.
45 minutes to an hour before you just have like.
There's a cleanser in case the slide bit during the water. Actually, no, I'm sorry, that's a little canister.
So it's like I like to
slide bit.
like
Try 3D printing
You
CD
go down
ROMs.
slide base and attract
CD players.
It's like 10 minutes of like reading something. Like I
for like my lessons or when I was preparing for and stuff. I
But it's close, like you guys already made an SD card for the Jaguar, and the CD is already 90-95% play, so it's already pretty close. But it's also expensive. I don't know if there's a stripped down way to get that.
Yeah, so what's your schedule going to be like?
I'm guessing they have a big old FPGA there, streaming everything into.
Oh, it's the same game.
I know it's got its own RAM and things like that too, so it's not just going straight from
it's going to
cartridge
be
space.
8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. for my classes. So it'll be 8:30 to 10.
You're ready.
8:30 to 10.
Oh, see around when you
Oh no!
I gotta see.
And then 10:30
Cartridges.
to
It's like, okay, I can access the first LDA and the last
So I take 2
LDA.
classes
The
at
instructions. You gotta be able to respond.
and then I have some random breaks here and there.
We cannot kill it. Nope, we can't run.
You can just, you shoot it to make it retreat.
Hey.
Yeah, like my first break is September 2nd.
The music in this game, James, is
So I get that whole
procedurally
week off,
generated.
and then October 7th.
Yeah,
fall
I've
break,
never anything listed about
and
it.
then Thanksgiving break.
That's why
And
some games
then
take
holiday
years.
break, and then after that I have no breaks.
Well, I got projects I started 2 decades ago still sitting on my
So it's gonna be a lot.
I
It's
have
like
a
10 and a half
game.
months in
I was
total.
demoing a game yesterday for Lynx.
Yeah, yeah, it's really
Fighting
good.
game called Street Fighter. That I got the rights to
Well,
it
let me
over
see.
20 years ago. It builds. I've made minor tweaks to it back then. I haven't touched it since. And why don't I finish this game? You know, why do I let it flounder?
Plus,
for
it's
20
like I have to.
years?
What's a big red?
I've been kind of working on this recently, but I'll have to read
Hey, I'm whatever happens to be the I'm a little
Yeah.
about 4 things in.
because I'm such a nerd. I love staying up But right off the bat, I have a quality control class and then I put my garage in place. And that runs in
The cheapest way to make
and then I get
especially the ones where you're just
chemistry
producing
and
and selling.
Whoa. Do I want to go down there?
Yeah, so like some of these classes, like you can see here, like your analysis is just from one of these. So it's like, yeah, they're gonna just like make you understand as soon as possible.
When you get
And a lot of these classes,
I don't know.
are
There's like
Right,
I don't know what the slow speed is. I know in the past I built cartridges, OT ROMs that had anywhere from like 70 to 140
yeah, that's what I'm doing. Power
per second. Or nanosecond. Sorry.
True,
I really enjoyed your talk. Even though at one point I was like, Peterson Magic Spoken. It took me a minute to go. No, thank
My college professor that taught me electronics actually started the class, first day class saying, electronics are powered by smoke. If you let the smoke out, the electronics don't work anymore. And I didn't know, I mean, I knew he was kidding, but I didn't know, like, how real a thing that could be.
I've let out a lot of magic smoke over the years. I think only once was I able to resurrect it.
Some magic more I collect and use antique sewing machines.
Yep, similar idea.
And sometimes I was like, oh, it's because Mildred hasn't cleaned the lint out of this in 5 years.
I rebuilt my grandmother's Husqvarna. No, Viking. Yeah. All the grease was so that
Oh, God, that's for
That's
sure.
all we say. Let's get out the kerosene.
I didn't quite have to soak it in like, oh, it's just a sewing machine. How hard can those people make?
Right.
Oh, God. It's not quite to a typewriter, but close.
I know, I know a little bit of a old, like, hoodie vacuum cleaner before. It wasn't quite as simple as I thought it was.
No.
My oldest machine is 1865. And my everyday sewer is 1947.
Someday I need to sit down and fairly or finish working on knitting machine.
Oh, yeah.
I found
those are different. Does yours have the cards? The like push cards? No, the same dog. But Jody has it. Jody wants to.
It was we found it at Expand in the city, I think, actually, it's missing. So we're trying to make it electronic. Something just runs with the cartridge.
I have the Jaguar retail case, so I never came to the cases.
And then the controller probably they didn't sell well.
I just got it.
Vegas will never stop.
Yeah.
People can ride with in Hope's car too.
There was a, I don't know who they were, but there was a small group that did a. There's some very small power now. Oh, no. I am.
I just go back to the original design guys and I say, hey, I feel good position to do another things like this.
Okay, I found a boss or something.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it's not 100% done.
You just make more escape or
Well, we're seeking to do that. I wanted to sign like 40
But I knew I wasn't gonna play for long.
Right.
If you come to a big
Each of the 8 levels that are there, I think like 90%, 95% like because it needs some hit detection improvements and quality light enhancement, mostly flares, right? Basically, hit like something like you dying over and over, and like it'll like keep you in a death loop where like you'll respawn and just die in the same thing. Yeah.
This place that does airplane photography.
You're right.
Really surprised.
I'm guessing mid-90s, probably 94. I thought they were still working on that because I think Atari had those games sitting on the shelf ready to go.
I just saw somebody fall.
If you look at copyrights on it, they say like copyright 93 or
It's stuck in the
they didn't
line
release
too
it
for a while.
6. So
You ever try to play
case where Atari sat on and just said, you know what, we've got enough parts, let's go ahead and do a couple laps for
I think there's a mirror. No, I think it's no. I think it's no. It's on the cartridge. I think if I'm not mistaken, it's like I think there's a mirror, and you're trying to get that mirror back.
I want to see how far I can get in this.
Oh, no.
for today. I've got
Yeah, I know it's not.
2 are demos and 1 more.
You seem to be You're playing, you're fine.
Going fast though.
Is that a trap?
It's just a monster that's been slime eaten.
Is there any water down there?
There is. Red Jam, anyone?
What? Oh, yeah. Well, the good news is it's not going to run out. So I made 100 copies, so nothing's going to sell more than like 10 copies here today. So it won't be a problem.
I think we're not all close together in the game. Because all the slow down scores, so that would be
It's definitely chunkier than when you started. This is the one where
yeah.
got bugs. Watch out. Who's dirtiest? Somebody's trying to get that red crystal.
Need the power of wind. However you
We want to this one,
Alright, so this electrical field up here will destroy all of your equipment. So if you got anything, just use it up before.
Hang on, come back here.
I crashed mine.
Come back here, where you die.
Well, the previous one I had, I think I crashed and repaired it.
Don't go in this room
Six
for the last thing I
times.
throw a bomb in there.
Where I needed to send it in for repair.
Tools are ruined. Except for computer man.
I quick about repairing it, and it didn't cost much.
Oh, you can jump off the wall.
This one is a Pro. It has obstacle avoidance cameras all around it, so you can target yourself and you can walk like through a forest and it will follow you.
Good. I guess now you have a spray.
You guys all the way to the lake?
Those are
Those things are
I'm definitely behind you.
Extra though.
Oh, shoot, now I got six lamps. We'll clean off the actual dollops.
I think that clean you off, and those dollops have to finish the second you use and go away.
So cool, but I can't function. It's giving me mighty.
Out by the refinery. Shot some shots, but they always have all the lights.
With this stupid faces.
Downtown Minneapolis.
That's the best way. I'll keep the faces off.
Yeah, he's pretty good actually.
Where's that thing? I think that's the best place.
Yeah, sure on the harder levels it's pretty good.
Well, I got kill your teammates. You find good.
Sure.
So this one also does like automatic.
Oh, it's a hidden door.
It's not real.
It will, yeah. Yeah, it'll still hurt you, it just, you can't,
This one here.
Just stay there, just stay there.
Down the street, up.
Oh, just stay there.
I just say take 360.
Sometimes you get lucky and
Yeah, it stitches it all together.
Oh,
so
no.
this is, managed like that.
now you can
And it's super high res too, so you see.
Now you got lit up.
And also
Somebody
does
else spray me.
exposure bracketing. So it'll take 5 pictures in a row and then stitch those together for you. I did a mission.
Yep. It's not that long, exactly. There's good water right after. Just walk through it.
Out now also. This one got 500.
Must be closer to us.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, someone see anybody on the map at all? Oh
Yeah, I
boy,
don't see you on the map either.
that's
Yeah, you're right where we are.
that just this.
Oh, no, we're all 4 of us are here. We're good.
Here. No, that one, last Sunday, I was trucking home.
I'm slime shielding through these grubs. Holy cow.
Oh, that's a shot. You missed a shortcut earlier.
Time lapse, we'll do a time lapse
backward path earlier.
Wait, I got it up arrow. I think I'm at the end.
You got the exit?
Yes. You have finished.
Oh, you left us behind?
So you're all right there to decay slowly.
You are hereby awarded the Medal of Slime for surviving wear lows.
Should we do some death match?
Okay, anybody ready for another game reveal?
Oh boy!
More games?
More games?
More games.
More games. You guys didn't score. I had 3 million.
Are we live? Yeah. All right. Everybody, welcome again to Jagfest 2024.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
Yes. Entertaining ones of people since 1999. So anyway, glad to have everybody here, and everybody's still kind of enjoying a relaxing afternoon of some gaming now. Couple of game announcements, game reveals I want to make available for you here. So the first is Songbird has licensed, is going to republish Super Asteroids Missile Command, licensed by Atari for publication on the Lynx.
Yay!
So here you go. This is the new box art. It's kind of based on the original style, but this is brand new art brought to you by Songbird for the Lynx. So that's coming up soon. That's not available for sale here today. I do have a demo cartridge, but of course it's the same ROM as was released back in the 90s. But that's just cool that we got another reprint coming our way for a hard to find game. In case you've looked one online, it's kind of pricey now. So good chance for you guys to pick this up in a couple months. The other one I want to reveal is a new cartridge game that's also upcoming from Songbird for the Jaguar. So again, I have a demo cartridge here. It's not available for sale yet. The fly likes me whenever I'm talking. So Old Towers for the Jaguar.
Nice.
Have you heard of the Old Towers game? Is released for the Sega Genesis and a couple other systems. And actually they did someone did a Atari ST port a few months ago, or not, I'm sorry, I think a couple of years ago. And so we worked with both groups to get this published. It's got a bug in it that needs to be fixed, so it is ready to play. And it's pretty cool. I think you'll like it. But we still have to fix the bug before we can produce it. So, Old Towers coming for the Atari Jaguar.
All right.
Woo!
And there you have it. Who wants to give it a spin?
Okay, should we start another slime world? Sure.
Yes. You guys, I gotta go. Like an action arcade style. It's pretty easy. I mean, it's easy to get into, and then it's tough.
Over here being driven.
Take the, you gonna come over here? Yeah, otherwise we all would have to shift down to make room. Well, I think all the open ports are down there.
Here's the way the next one plugs in.
You have.
Yeah, just plug in there.
Alright, so we need to see what level, see if we can pick a different level. That is a really long level for the starter game. So it's a little bit more.
Yeah, see two.
It's not powering up. I gotta go off the multi-cart.
The loop stop.
So it's just a simple collect all the dots to clear the level. First couple levels are pretty straightforward, and then it starts adding enemies and other traps.
I'm not playing. My thing keeps going on battery. Alright, we're at 4 players.
Alright.
How do we pick different levels?
So is one of us the host, or does it matter who goes into it first? Or I'll just hit 8. Why does it go straight in?
It's like it pressed 8.
Sorry, I think I.
Oh, maybe we both pushed it.
I think we
Yeah,
both.
let's back out of this.
Restart.
Yeah, you make those bricks appear by pressing through them.
Restart for
Yeah,
everybody.
sure. Alright, Jonathan, you wanna go?
Alright,
Change your path.
easy.
Cooperate.
Do you wanna do that one?
No, we wanna compete and kill each other.
Only person call it suspense. Frying mushrooms at a late meltdown. I haven't played that one.
Is this the one we're on?
Yeah, I do 5. Yeah, I think you keep respawning on the competition one.
So same idea here, but you get these poison things, and then you can shoot each other and kill each other. There's more of them up here. So instead of shooting water, you're going to shoot poison.
That box, transparent box.
So are we?
Yeah, I got it. Oh, I forgot about the eye thing, because the wall thing.
Avoid that. Get an output.
You did not just do
Oh, I
that.
did.
I was flashing still, I'll have you know.
You can still kill damage with your slime gun, that's cool.
Oh, it's piling with cars here.
That's okay.
You didn't have a chance. No, no, you lose your slime shot eventually.
Yeah, you have to keep picking up the poison icons.
Yep.
Nice. Oh, nice.
You jerk.
Wow. That's cool. Actually, the symbols along it. Are you the?
I'm a photographer guy.
Well, yeah, I can tell that. But are you in the Discord channel?
Yeah, I sent the first set yesterday.
Okay, cool.
I'll send another set.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
Appreciate
yeah,
it.
there is a big old mound there.
Oh, um, so these are all like various, unreleased or developer cartridges from back in the day. So like for Ponks, that's a game I actually published in the Lynx, which is kind of pre-release versions of the game and of the cartridge.
That's water.
Yeah, the oldest style I ever used. It's actually too long for the Lynx slots, so it's like an extra half inch or
Yeah,
something.
the jump is a
Then we
little
tried
bit
to use
wonky
this
where you have all sorts of
flash.
different
They had a T-stop flash actually,
directions
that
and
was flush with
lengths
the
of
cartridge,
jumps.
so
It all depends on what
there,
direction
pins
you're
come on
holding
the
before you
sides.
hit it.
Never
You jump.
took that one to mass production. That was like a concept design. And then down here.
Yeah, so you use option 1 to scroll through your different places. When it says computer map, you use option 2 to select it.
And I got the rights through the virus.
Don't do pop, because pop automatically kills it.
Finish that. I got source code.
It's stuck in a spot where you can't get out.
Kills all the others.
All right, well, there we go. We're running for 5 minutes.
Spell words and make words disappear. It's complicated enough that it is harder than Tetris for sure.
Especially if you can't spell.
Yeah. Well, obviously, as you can imagine, there's a lot of 3-letter words and 4 and 5-letter words. Like you don't try to do like a lot of
If they made a
9
game where it was,
letters.
you look at it and you can say, that's spelled wrong, I can do that all day long. Now, if it's actually putting letters together in the right
Yours
order,
is a black
Right.
never gonna happen. Of course, I was raised on
Mine is a black
spell
side.
check when that first,
Oh, sure.
first generation of that, so now you just go, how do I spell that wrong?
Amazing when it came out.
Hey,
I was still one of those generations, how do I
Oh, wait, I
spell
have
this
one
wrong
too.
enough for spell check to spell it right?
Right. DLL is just a developer cartridge, so you plug it in and it's ready to receive a custom protocol across the serial port into
Mutual destruction.
Yep, that was the first, this actually is the first cartridge I ever used back in the mid-90s to download from a parallel port on the PC to a Lynx RAM, and to show that I could execute code on the Lynx. I had no knowledge of what the hardware could do or anything, but I at least knew how to compile a C program, and I could put it on the Lynx and it could change the color. All right, now I know I can do something. And this is the old Atari style flash cartridge, so they would hand these out to developers into like game magazines with demo copies of games. They were super expensive. I forget what they charged. It was at least $500 per cartridge. So that's why they always said please return to Atari because they were too expensive for them to just hand out and have it disappear.
Back then, too.
Yeah, in $94 or
A lot of black
So did the
rooms,
MIDI
you guys
MIDI
want one up,
accessory
which one
happen to have the
far as yes, this was not like meant to be a consumer add-on. I've never actually hooked it up because I didn't have an application where I needed to do MIDI stuff, but I got it from our developers.
Yes, sir. I got a little something for y'all. Oh!
Fighting game called Ultra Vortex. So that's one where like it'd be a fun project to do sometime where you figure out okay how do you spoof the dialing protocol or whatever so that it still work with a server or something connecting in the middle. But I mean I think people have done equivalent things for other game platforms. It's just that because this
So that actually dials like an actual modem and uses AT commands?
Yeah. Because this is a point to point. You actually typed in the phone number and it would do a dial
'Cause
tone
they
and
already
dial
have,
the phone number and wait for another modem to pick up.
Almost everything with a serial port, I can't remember what it's called, but it's Wi-Fi. It basically, you hook it up to the serial port and it basically emulates the IP address as a phone number and you can send AT commands through that.
Okay. Yeah, something like that. Sounds like you could work
the Commodore has one, and then they have one for just standard RS.
Yeah.
I haven't using it because there are a lot of people who basically just use it directly to go through with the IP address to Baltimore.
Yes, please spray me with that beautiful clean water you
basically mains AT 100%.
Cool.
And like I said, instead of dialing the phone number, you dial an IP address.
Right, right.
So power in the ground is like a mud.
Headphone jack. Yep, sticky walls. Pink walls or bouncy walls.
Oh,
walls.
so you can actually talk. I mean, it's pretty cool. In the mid-90s, and me and one of my brothers played it because he lived in Rochester at the time for an IBM co-op, and he had a voice on him, I had it, and we could play across town and actually talk and razz each other while we're playing a fighting game. Nice. Yeah.
I wonder if that basically just then set voice as regular voice at the lower end of the frequency spectrum. Because I don't think that would have enough to encode voice if it maybe worked like DSL where the actual data is at a different frequency set and then the voice is at the other end.
All those megabytes.
I don't know how the stuff would work back then. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I know a lot of the video cassette or the tape decks, or not tape decks, the computers that use tapes to load it. They did the same kind of thing, where either they used the opposite side to play music while it was loading, or they were able to split it to play music, actual analog music, like a regular tape deck, and then do the data.
Right. Interesting.
And the Yak Shaver was the one guy that bought all the chips.
Yes. But he
disappeared off the face of the
no, he's still around and he still has them. But he's got like 100 chips. You know, he doesn't require 1,000. If he had 1,000, I probably would try to try to work out a deal again.
I found one.
He's definitely not giving away
Kevin's just gonna
clearance
finish his
prices.
game
So
here.
they're kind of spendy, you know, like, well, get 100, that's sort of one thing. Rather than trying to find like a solution for 100 people and then be done, you know, I think we can reverse engineer this and make it cheaper and that's be much more flexible for people.
Don't you get it? Moments. Oh. Battery.
He's actually playing I think a mocked up version of the Jaguar 3D game that's on a modern. That's pretty
Oh
cool.
no! I jumped into the
house guy.
The mouth of the enemy.
It's raining missiles.
Well.
Oh, I got him too, alright. Serves you right.
Alright, who am I watching here? Somebody's on the map.
Schematics and everything in it.
Oh, really?
How many people are left?
2. Yeah, I can you flip between them.
That'd be nice. And then the question is on the system
What's
side.
I only got one life left.
Okay. Because we have to like have a disk to put in that would like basically boot it into listen mode.
We should play something cellularless confrontation.
No, confrontation is good.
I don't remember what it has. James would know, but
I
it's.
think you missed my joke there.
Sorry.
It's got to be a couple megabits.
Oh, microvators?
So
Rampart.
keep it small
Oh.
and fit in there. Obviously more
Or-
or you put this little chunk.
Or
of code
Tetris
in
if we really want to.
print out weird points as-
I still want to try riding. Actually, Xenophobe would be really fun.
That'd be good.
Zarler
not
was
played
supposed to
much
be
of
I have no idea what Zarlo Mercenary multiplayer would be. Would it actually be playable?
I imagine a co-op, you know.
Until you just build it.
Alright, now who's got a slime gun?
And even if it's debug mode.
Oh,
right.
You can load this little thing at the front, and it loads first.
Oh, okay, well, we got a winner.
Oh no!
So that's where I died.
Yep, me too.
I didn't know what was down there. I found out.
Either a controller or
Alright, I have 1.2 million.
538,000.
382,000. You're below score.
The ID string back.
Despite winning.
Yeah.
Do you have the winner screen?
I do, yeah. Congratulations.
Because they actually just need to chip.
Alright, who is up for some
They actually have a modem chip.
either Zarlo or Ryan?
I'm up for anything, I gotta run to the restroom real quick. You guys can start with all your own.
Robot for
I don't think I have it.
I don't know what that would be, but other than horrible.
Oh, Zarlo
How's the slime
Zarlo
world?
Mercenary.
Yeah, that's cool.
I
I haven't played it multiplayer in a long time, but it is fun.
California.
Actually, I'm curious to see what Bill and Ted's excellent.
I'm curious if California Games House, like, I've never done that.
Isn't Bill and Ted's just a single player RPG?
Yeah.
No, it says it's two players.
And all of a sudden, you're like, I don't know what to do now.
I have that. I've never actually played it.
You've never played the game at all?
Oh,
What?
That's sad.
It's an adventure game. It's
I spent all my time with Pit Fighter, I think.
Actually, I bet I would stand a good chance of winning a pit fighter tournament because we just did that in the Atari High Score Challenge, and nobody else actually. Basically, I won by default because nobody else would touch it.
I enjoyed the game.
I enjoyed it. I think
You spent a lot of
I
time
don't
rolling.
understand. I don't understand why people. Well, I figured out a place where you can pin enemies in the corner, and that makes it a lot easier to deal with ice.
Zarler Mercenary.
I enjoy
Not
it.
sure where we're
It's got
Zarler?
yeah.
So what do you need, a cart?
Just a fast
I think I have my cart and my multi-cart, you guys need.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, this is
So are we all together?
aftermarket stuff.
Oh,
It's released like, it's a home.
Everything I brought,
Yeah,
actually.
it was released like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. And then it's been ported to others.
Do we wait on the character select or?
All I see is the title, and it's actually it's kind of freezing. So maybe you're choosing everything. But I just see Zero and Mercenary and it's frozen.
No, right, it's just started. So, let's reset.
Yeah.
2 players. Okay, so the title screen.
Oh, did it just crash? Or you already have
No,
it
you
booted
have
up?
2 players, so you might need to reset or reseat the
It's
cartridge.
similar.
Oh, did my power bank die? No.
I wonder if there's some voltage fluctuations that causes the Lynx to just turn off from the adapter. I've had a couple times where it has done that.
I got a wall adapter or something.
Still 2
I
players.
just plugged in for the.
And then I have spare batteries.
With Slime World, I had to start 3 times before I was able to join.
Like part
Oh, that was bad.
I think it's the Bin. Probably, no. It's the no solder version. 3. Come on, 4.
Do I have to choose a character first?
No, back onto the title screen.
Restart.
Just hit the restart and it should go back.
Now we're
There you go.
4. Synchronized.
4 players.
I have not played much of this game.
I have not played much at all.
It's a little annoying because there's no auto fire, at least on the person I was.
Yeah. Come see multiplayer ones? Does it matter which character you play?
Yeah, they all have slightly different skills, but you only see it on one player.
This says 40.
Oh, those are power-ups too. Grab them.
Do they stack?
Oh, auto fire power-up, yes.
got
remember, you just wanna demolish everything.
buildings take up so much of your ammo. Usually there's not enough flying.
This is a tricky one. It's not like one of the hardest, I would say, but it's like a medium difficulty.
Alright, so we have red, yellow, green, and or blue, yeah, there's blue. When I was playing single player, I did not feel like I had enough firepower to actually.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, I feel like the only way you can play this game is multiplayer. Some people really love this game, and I love shmups. I just never played.
Well, it just isn't really playable single player.
I guess so.
You never have enough ability to deal damage, and because there are so many things that intercept your shots, most of your shots are
Twitter and the dates of my photos or Google Photos. Some of them are more flares.
Right?
Well, with 4 players, you're going to be able to clear things out and figure it out.
I have an original screen at home, but
Oh, I took that in the face.
yeah, I took a whole chain of them in the face.
What's the process on power up?
Oh yeah, if you have pick a laser, you have to activate it.
How do you do that?
Right, to the B button.
Guess I used it.
It tries pretty hard. No, looks like Songbird. I mean, it does try.
Well, I mean, I would say it's kind of hard to tell with this particular piece of music.
Because I had that problem.
Yeah, I was saying 5 o'clock, just so I can. 30 minutes left for the high score contests. 30 minutes. Okay. It looks like you probably take it back now. You can switch to the other guy.
That's right. Don't you think there's a store between levels?
Yeah.
Oh, those are upgrades. Oh, I wasted it. I had another auto fire.
The flying croissant.
Option 1 is like a mega bomb.
Well, be sure to get those ground things.
Which things?
The holes in it. They're like.
All those spheres that come out of the.
Yeah, there's like a cover. Maybe we'll ever do that.
Oh, the other Alpine we wanted to test, is that what or? So Clint has one, he had it sitting out over here.
Boss.
So this is the one he has not tested yet. He doesn't know if it works.
Alright, so much for my health.
Oh, you
Yellow.
dodge this thing.
I'm just gonna shoot him from the side.
They usually stay right in the middle. It seems to be the same spot.
Hitting with laser from the side.
Oh, you click on the guy's face.
Or they should,
Auto fire. Everybody should get auto fired right now.
Yes.
Is it really called that?
It's one USB transfer, so it's easy to test on real hardware. I haven't used this one. I did.
Do you need
Because it's parallel port, so like kind of once I made it like Windows and PC, which is
to give them cash.
Right, you put yourself to close out.
What's that? Aren't there only 4 levels in this game?
You know, they go down.
This is the farthest I've ever been.
Stay there. At the beginning of the game, walking and they go down and go. So you start level 18, right?
It's kind of like the overhead view of gates or something.
I don't know if I've ever seen 4 players do that all at the same time.
You're actually able to get through it, which is nice.
It's much better this way. I think this is what the game was designed to do.
Thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah, those freaking dragonflies they just absorb so much damage.
There's a power up in the middle there, somebody. That
Yes.
auto player.
This should be level 2.
Oh! Flag bomb.
Clearly this is the slime world level.
There's a lot going on the screen right now. And I don't like it.
Even when you're one player, it's really slow down. That's what we're looking at. Those right foots.
Oh, look, kind of Jaguar thing.
Arrows on the side of Eastern Mountain.
Or toilets, yeah.
Smoking grass, eh? Oh, give me just a quick recipe. A quick recipe.
I'm not sure we killed any of those.
No, we killed 3 of them.
Oh, I'm just about that though.
Whoa, high fivers.
Oh, yeah.
Why all our fire
Recipe is to switch to the other character. There are 2 characters and the long.
Getting through those dumb little things.
I think it's because the ST version only had 1 button.
So many lines.
All the shit, wait for shots and buy a ship in camp. I'm out.
Did you die?
Yep.
Oh no. I wonder if we can pay to resurrect you.
Oh, that's okay. Don't worry about it.
I think we got full health whenever we got to the shop station.
You did? Oh, wow. He's still in there. This was higher than mine.
What do we use?
I decided to give the boss's pattern, and I defeated 3 of the 4 guys. And I got overconfident. I was like, I can take 1 guy.
Yeah, it's funny, as soon as you're down to 3, how seriously your ability to survive
You did that
drops.
to us.
Is that a shield? Is that what Save some bumps.
I have like 1 dot. I had a red dot and a blue dot.
What am I being hit by? Or am I not being hit? What's those green? Why green projectiles on a green background? Why would you do that?
So fast and starts hitting large chunks of screen. Misses.
50%.
I'm down to like 25%.
So just 1 speed power, 1 battle. Temporary shield.
Lots of different kinds of greens.
Well, some of them are, the yellowish ones are powers.
Yeah, but there's little green wolves and there's Whoa. Whoa, that guy keeps out a lot of shots.
Yeah, I mean, some people ask, oh, if you use a 1 life shield and have it not disappear. Wow. Instead of
definitely a lot more fun this way. It shoots backwards.
Alright, does anybody need money? We got 7,000, I'll give somebody.
I think someone was recently working on like a 2 megabyte ROM or something like that.
Well, somebody. No, you can. I think if you hold down there, it stays.
Oh, it goes up.
Can somebody buy extra bombs?
Who's bottom right?
There you go.
Alright, let's.
I just gave bottom right. Okay.
I need 25,000. So. There you go.
25-4.
Give it to her. Okay, somebody. Oh no, you sold it. Oh.
Yeah, you can sell stuff.
No. What did you sell?
If you double click that, if it's red, then yeah, it costs selling stuff.
Yeah, but I think you.
It seemed to be.
Did you get 2 back?
Yeah, I bought 2. So I think when I sold it, I bought it back with the same.
Okay.
Okay, close out. Yeah.
Yeah, I got another mega bomb. I got another mega bomb.
Okay, I bought a life, but now I'm not in here.
What?
I'm not in. I'm not in.
Oh, so
What?
did you get onto a separate game? Maybe you lost.
No, I'm watching you on my screen.
Hit a button. Hit the fire button.
I did.
Keep hitting him.
I don't know. It just like automatically brought us back, like flew us in from up high.
Yeah, I don't know. That's alright. I did buy an extra life.
What the heck is
That's
that?
Oh, I just died. Can I use a bomb on your behalf? No, I can't. Oh, great. So I have 4 bombs and no one to use them. Well, sorry guys.
Alright, the 2 of you have to carry us through.
How much health do you have left?
3/4.
We should have given you all the money.
No, I
If you have lasers, make sure to keep hitting the laser button.
like I've seen some
Out of ships, wait for shop and buy a ship if you can.
I am
So
dead.
if you buy a ship,
Oh, that's cool.
The churning battlefield. Does that continue, or are we out of luck?
pretty minor, although some of the stuff
I think we're out of luck.
years ago.
all the riches in the world can't buy you life.
Dead.
Dead meat. Does it do that based on that? What is that based on?
Because then you're
Not me.
something kind of obscure. And
Were you the last to die?
Yes, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, probably. Alright.
How do you
Should we
restart?
rampage? Rampart? Tournament Cyberball?
I think Rampage is only
You can do
3 player.
4-player surfing.
No, Rampage is
I would
4.
love to do a.
Yeah. Because they added
Kill
they
them.
added
them up.
the
Yeah,
mo-
quickly.
the
Yeah.
You
yeah.
know, I'll take anybody else's time if they don't want to do it. But
What's that?
What's that?
I'll
I've
do
never done
California.
California games multiplayer.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll have to do bikes and surfing at least.
Oh, not fights.
Bikes is so fun.
As long as you stay that 1 pixel above the bottom of the
I
top.
mean, that's the thing is the bikes is broken because you can just shoot it.
You get checkered flag, battle wheels, but
Checkered flag would be fun.
to actually defeat it. It's tough.
Source code, debugging, and everything.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't see any players. This is precision. Oh, there you go. 4 players.
I've heard of people doing, what, up to 16 players or something, but it gets super slow.
I thought,
I don't think there's a limit.
I think in California games you can play more than what you're supposed to be able to. Or I don't know what the limit is. And I know Slime World with 8 people is the most you can play with a retail set.
Do you think they licensed this song?
No, it's different enough. It doesn't actually say Louis, so.
Time for combat surfing? Combat surfing is
Yeah,
my
surfing.
Is it combat service?
Yes.
How do you combat?
You knock other players off the board.
Oh,
Like
I
that.
just died myself.
You're that one.
Oh.
So your guy will stay centered on the screen, basically.
Dude!
No! I almost completed. Dude.
So how does it determine who gets knocked off?
If you're on the water, you won't get knocked off. But if you're above, if you're flying.
That's hilarious.
I had 10 points, everybody.
Dude.
Oh, you're trying to push the others up.
Yes.
Okay.
While you're scoring points.
You're supposed to be trying to score points. We all know what you're really trying to do.
So it takes, 2 or 3 minutes to get to the level, and if you die, you have to, start over again.
Here we go. Here we go. And I wiped myself out. Dang it.
Somebody is doing really well there.
They're not trying to get off your boards, you jerks.
Kinda.
40
A
points.
whopping 25.
I got 475. Finally got a
Wait,
good shot.
somebody got 1290.
Yeah. Somebody didn't get knocked off.
Somebody's been playing and practicing.
Well, my whole life.
The ringer is.
I've been preparing for this moment my whole life.
Here we go. Oh! I forgot I got stuck in the sand hills. Come on, pedal, kid. Pedal.
Whoa, what happened?
Somebody reset.
Is it timed? No,
No.
it lost connection probably.
Mine still says 4 players. No, mine's
Yeah,
frozen
mine
now.
just-
Oh, no.
Alright, now we're 4 player.
Weird.
Alright, somebody pick a game.
I can't go past the title screen.
Yeah,
Did it
only
crash?
one of us can control it.
Oh, alright.
Let's do a begin next again.
Sure.
We were.
You got unceremoniously interrupted in your fighting.
Oh, not a pipe. Not the pipe. Not the pipe again. Not the pipe again. Oh. 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 Oh.
Playing Lynx has a very distinctive sound to the music.
I don't even know how I got any points.
What's that?
Here we go, here we go. Oh, watch this.
I gotta leave my I got a book the hotel room and it's not refundable at this point.
Did I get you all? Oh. No. Dang it. Face plant. Face plant. So bad, but. I'm up.
105.
Totally hopeless.
Uncool, well, it's not inaccurate.
One of the few times I haven't finished the race.
Somebody got 39 or did not? There we go. Now the story.
Alright, let's try that again.
BMX or surf?
Let's do BMX.
What? Who did that?
Oh my goodness!
No stopping on a track. Oh, except for that hay bale, I am winning. Yes, yes. They had a dumb luck tumble and survives.
Gnarly.
Radical.
Way cool.
276.
288.
305.
Did anyone finish?
I finished just doing it.
Can we, I would like to just finish the quick. Okay, let's
You want to finish or what?
Yeah.
Alright.
I believe I can do it.
Get out of my way, people.
No. Leave me. Go away. Oh, come on.
I did not get that pipe. It's not half pipe.
Why do I have 0 points?
You're boring.
BMX is super hard. It's just no way. There's a very strong luck element. There's no way you can predict how you're going to land these jumps and stuff.
Except I'm.
Yeah, I know. If you can't, it's not a big deal. I'll just have to do something later.
I landed them all really well, though.
You get your jumps from, or you get your points from doing
Like the hidden
360 jump or whatever, backflip.
If you can hit it just right, you can like land your front tire on the edge of a gap and do a forward flip and stuff. It's really complicated. Not easy to do at all.
Oh, I did a flip off of a short jump. I was not expecting to live.
You can, if you're
That's a emulator of 26 cartridges on the Jaguar.
I didn't know that.
That's got the farthest.
Say that again? If you're about to leave the ground, you can hit both buttons.
Yeah, and it makes you like do a super jump.
What?
I'm not good at it, but
Like coming up to the top of a hill?
yeah, like right as you're about to take off.
I'll have to work on that. Oh no. Really?
No, I almost completed that. Dude. We both got that one. Alright.
Whoa!
When's the next?
Awesome.
Oh, come on.
When's the next Lynx Fest?
Next week.
I should not have gotten duded.
Something you don't find yourself saying every day.
Call of Duty.
No. The worst is when you have those long falls. Oh, as you're coming out?
Yeah.
I almost got it. No. But I just happy for a second. Now, come back here.
I got a triple.
So, I can regularly do quadruple, but I've never done the Unreal. Or maybe I've done it once. Have you ever done Unreal?
My high score is only like 3,000 or so I think, well, at least that I can find.
It's tricky detecting those because you have to do a genuine.
Right.
You have to rotate more than 360 degrees for it to detect it. It's kind of goofy. Yeah, I've done them, but they're not easy. And it's probably impossible in combat setting.
Yes! Take out the competition. Oh no! You're just hanging out there.
I feel like the way that you respawn makes it much more likely that you wipe out. Hey, the music is actually synchronized in this.
It is. If you guys didn't know, in surfing, if you hold down the A button while you're rotating in the air, you rotate a lot faster.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, I flew into the sky from that.
Why can I rotate fast?
That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Hey, I got a good score. 1470.
Nice. Well done. Would you dare do half pipe?
I cannot ever.
I
There's a
had
lot of
it.
tripping going on. Oh, do we take turns? You're placed in line 3. Okay.
Okay,
So it's a score combination.
And I already. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we can be simultaneous, but it's like slowly you. The other person has to survive, basically.
I don't even remember how to do this. I think it's left and right, correct? Up and down changes your.
Yeah, up and down changes where you are. And I just got to
What is
bounce.
it?
I cannot, like, normally half pipe is fairly easy. You can tap the button to turn.
You just got to get high enough to
And,
turn up.
right, as long as you're in the turning thing and you're not already on your way down. I haven't done it
Wow.
successfully even once this time.
0 points. Did I win with my 0? Alright, you're the only one left.
I can't remember the controls.
676 for me.
0.
Alright, what are the controls in that game?
It's just you hit the button. I don't know.
Crap, that's what I was doing.
You hit it.
You have to push up as you're going up and down as you're going down. don't you?
B does the hand plan.
Kick left.
Yeah.
Yeah, A does the. That's what I was.
Where'd my phone go?
Oh, dang it. So how do you get speed though? I can't get my speed to go up the edges. Oh, it only is 2 at a time while you guys are doing successful.
There we go. What is down and out?
Like, okay, it's not left and right?
No, it's up and down, and A to do the turns, B to do the hand.
There we go. Up.
And if you do a long turn, you can get a 999, which is
I cannot get any more speed going.
Man, whoever's in the front there is doing nice.
I'm gonna eat this out here. And I'm sad.
There's a perfect.
Wow. Catching lots of air there.
You got a perfect one?
I got one.
Take
That's
it down.
You can hear it go like, it makes a sound when you do it.
I don't think I've ever done that.
There's one.
Oh, with a little.
Yeah.
Holy monkeys, he's got a big score.
is your score?
22,000.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
I think mine is actually.
So you press the A button on the way up, I guess?
I think
You press it like right when you're leaving the ramp, you'll start a slow turn, and you hold the button for as long as you can until the board starts to go down. And if you hold it too long,
I just did U-turn too hard.
yeah. But if you, the longer you hold it, the more points you'll get at it. You just don't want to hold it. That's why it's hard to get the perfect amount.
Alright, rocket. Oh no.
Oh no! I think I found the bug. These are pretty
good. That's amazing. I gotta take a picture of that.
Alright, should we go grab the seagull?
Good what? Seagull. Nice.
Okay. Okay. I'm red pants. Are you all red pants?
Are they in gray?
Oh shoot, we have our own. I thought we were sharing.
I can't remember how to play this game.
Well, up is the head. I think
Side is your foot.
spin that seagull.
Wasn't there a way to spin around?
Yeah, push down.
Thank you.
Up is to do a high jump, which really knocks it at 5.
Oh, you can't put your thing behind your back.
It's a magic environment. I go in. It's really hard to watch. I finally got to figure out enough about Mechtiles to.
Somebody.
I cannot hit the green bag. So you could like disturb people, but I don't think so.
The funniest thing is that we're all identical.
Wait, how did you get knocked down?
I have no idea.
Oh, the trip button.
I did a graphics hack of the 2600 version because
the D button will trip people.
Are you all familiar with the 2600?
No.
The character looks like he's got a bald spot on his head. And I think it was just a mistake in the programming because there's graphics there that if it was colored differently would look like a nice hairdo. But I think it just was an error mistake. And it makes it look like a bald spot. So I just did a little hack that fixed the bald spot.
Alright, now, do the YMCA.
Oh my god, my score is leaked. Okay, who is the...
I got 1138.
I got a lowly 800 something. Not even on the board.
My score is leaked. I kind of want to try surfing again.
Back before Elite was a thing.
It was radical.
Dude. No, too low.
Oh, came on someone's...
That was me.
Quit tripping me, man.
Actually, I didn't hit you, but it was close.
Oh, I try to get up here away from everybody, and that's where everybody's at.
That's what it respawns people.
Yes, it puts you there.
Right
Hey,
where...
wait, come here. Oh. Dang it. My attempts to kill you. There's a physical media that all it does is set this thing up to listen over a serial port for the image to come in and then execute it. Dude. Oh, you managed to stay alive long enough to get me. This will not be a high score.
Oh, that was going to be a high one. Like, spawned right underneath this.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to come out, but we want to come out when and I got 10 points out of that.
Well, no, the SDK has
saying this, the Lynx wasn't bigger. This is awesome, you know?
But
It's like,
and is it this is surfing the one that's secretly more players? One of these games is more players than
I know it's California games. I just assumed it's all of them, but I don't know. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this.
Oh my god.
they shared in the SDK. Umbrella and more.
Yeah, that's right.
I love how they're wearing the long sleeves and long pants.
Oh, it's Northern California.
Oh, okay.
We never actually had a serial port.
Ooh, did not make that. Right now, what does it take to do a high jump? Present bolt?
When you're approaching the crest of the hill.
It's a exploit that people use to do those crazy runs you see, which I don't know how they
I landed perfect.
managed to do that, but I finished, but I didn't bother getting any jumps, so I'm not getting any points off of that.
Finishing is its own reward.
There you go.
It really is.
So the one I'm looking at.
Oh, spinny.
Actually,
Yeah.
Oh!
Probably the fastest I've ever
Separate.
Oh!
That was really fast.
No, so there's match
When I was young, it had worked out where I could,
then the
without
actual
doing any
viewers,
exploit setting, but no
put that on the old PC motherboards in there. So it was
exactly the amount of
all
jumps that I
viewership
could
and
and still finish, you know?
Yeah.
But there were the obvious ceilings of that.
I've never been that good at this.
Bogus.
I've always assumed too much of a luck element.
Cool and max of 15. Ooh, one more try.
Nice. Like the whole time. At least to try right.
That's interesting.
For
one of it.
We have
Right now.
Good landing. Good landing.
Oh, nice. Holy cow. I can't believe I landed that. Holy that. Oh, I got all those 50 points. Like 3 seconds off in the air.
Yeah, it's supposed to give you like 10 points per back, but give or take. Don't know exactly how it gets calculated.
How we do with the high score announcements?
Yeah, that was the run that I finished. I thought I did pretty well on them.
Oh, that's awesome. 300 points now.
Okay, the high score tournaments are now closed. We're going to announce the winners in about 1 minute.
I saw your bike.
What's in 1 minute?
High score winners. Somebody's rocking the score.
Oh no!
Hey, Carl didn't necessarily say it's the highest.
Oh, it did count as you finished. I went across the finish line on my head.
Yep, same
Oh, I did not touch that. I did not touch that when you give you
Woo! Just barely.
way loser. All right, should we get
Is there anything past as good as James? I've never been able to get that better than that.
I don't know well enough to tell you.
Man, that is a good half.
I've always assumed that I would be best because
Who would James be? I'm one of the quarters, obviously.
Or
Yeah. So I got
you want to do Rampage?
Take a photo quick.
Well, let's do their high score thing.
actually, I really want to do right because I just want to see what's going to happen there. Hyperdrome could actually be pretty fun.
Wait, do you have the television release?
This is, I believe this is the television show.
The television release is so much harder.
Take the camera around and do it.
Really?
Really?
Way harder.
Activate the
It
light.
is really hard, but I've been playing against another player.
I can pretty much finish the beta version.
You want me to hold the extra light, source for you on this side?
Rampage. Rampage, right? I'm taking Joust out. Just close. Rampage, Rampart, Joust. I wanted to do warbirds, checkered flag.
We lost some people.
I think I have a couple of gauntlets. Maybe not.
Rampart.
Apparently building a serial port. Use Netflix to watch this.
For the Nuon?
This is one of the official ones. I actually store them
Oh,
in,
16 man.
actually store them.
That's nice.
I store them in
Right.
baseball cards.
That'd be cool.
Which I don't know. I don't really trust the coin sleeves because they feel awful stiff. Loops is multiplayer. I would love to do loops, although I have to say there's one game that I'm too good at. Yeah, Zybots would be really cool. I have
Oh, I don't like when phones do that. You probably need to rotate on your phone and re-add it.
I've never gotten a chance to.
I haven't played this Battlezone multiplayer. I used to spend a lot of time on it. 1,000, 2,000.
Do you want to have me do the announcements and then you can work on that in parallel?
Bowling a couple times. Come on. I give the alien thing.
Yeah, but I mean, I can load up whatever game you want.
Oh, Mom's gonna call me now too.
Is this the Jagfest night?
No, 23. It's already open. It's on the desktop. It should say like Super Fan at the top. Okay, you ready, Caden? Oh, it's too zoomed in. Ready? Welcome back, Jagfest fans. We're getting close to the last couple hours here, getting close to wrapping it up. But right now we're going to announce our tournament winners. So we had 2 tournaments that we ran this weekend, high score tournaments for Star Streak, a new game released for the Jaguar, and then also Micro Raiders Jagfest Edition. So that is not a release game yet, but that will be coming soon here in the next couple months. But it's like 90% done, so people got to test a new version out today that they had not seen before. So our winners for the contest are as follows. So for Star Streak, looks like we had some good competition in the 130 to 160 range, but Jake Conwell is our big winner with 199,000 and a 3-minute timer. So congratulations, Jake. You're going to win a free Jagfest on Tour t-shirt. So you'll have to give me your info, and then I'll get it to the right person to get you that shirt. I've got your info. So congrats, Jake. Jake's my brother, by the way. Jake is my brother, and so is Pat. And ironically, at the 99 Jagfest, they also won tournaments, which it's not rigged, I promise. And then for Microvaders. So Microvaders, did anybody enjoy playing Microvaders this weekend? I think a number of you did. Yeah, so that's cool. So we've got a high score. Now the high score kind of bounced around a little bit. So at first we had a high score of 29-25 for a lot of the weekend by Chris. That got bested by Rick for a while, who had a 30,975. That looked pretty good to crack 30,000 because like pretty much nobody was doing it. But Chris came back with a clutch save here towards the end. He managed to get a high score of 32,150 points. So congratulations, Chris, you're our winner. But I'll tell you what, since I have 2 of the Microvators Jagfest carts, Rick, you're also going to win a second place cart. So you both get to go home with a cart today. Congrats, guys.
What about this? I think he's won that tournament.
Yeah. And then while we're at it, I got a couple of game reveals of things you guys can check out for the Lynx. These are our last Lynx reveals for the night. I do have a demo cartridge of Mechtiles. This was a 3D game that was announced by Beyond Games, makers of Cybervirus and Battle Wheels way back in the day. So I do have a demo cart. You're only going to want to play it for about 30 seconds because there's not a lot to it, but I just want people to be able to see this is what they had in progress back in the day. So a couple of Mechtiles carts you can check out. And then we do have our last Jagfest exclusive release today. Limited release, 100 cartridges only. It's a Lynx cartridge this time. Cosmo Cats for the Lynx. Now I know you're going to say, all right, what's a Cosmo Cats? It's this cartridge. But besides that, it's actually a Bomberman style game. So I think you're going to like this. I got a demo card here you can play. A couple you can play if you want. It is only one player. There's not Lynx support right now. But you get to play against 3 different CPUs. And it's a pretty challenging game with different timers and easy, hard, medium CPUs and things like that. So this is available, limited edition again for Jagfest, 100 copies, and it's $50 for this cartridge. So thanks everybody. Thanks for participating in the tournaments. Yeah, it's really well done. It's got very good graphics, good music, and it's not easy. Yeah, if you want to try out a Mechtiles. Like I said, it's a pretty short demo. It's like a very early alpha build of the game.
I just love that they were doing first person stuff. So all about it.
Yep.
Gotta check it out.
No, I didn't. I should do that.
Sort of figured since you've just been running nonstop.
Yeah. You have a VGA monitor, right? Yes.
Bomberman on the Lynx. You're right? Yeah.
Oh, how come he's moving past my bomb?
Looks like it's moving through a couple things real quick. Oops. Back to the. Oh, I'm not sure I'm shooting. It just looks like glitches to me.
So on the title screen, you can press the button.
It doesn't. It just like cycles
Very much the Battle Wheels engine.
Not battles the circle.
No, it
Things on
works.
the Lynx. It wasn't letting me do anything other than just cycle right back to the Battle Wheel.
Oh wow, that's really in your face there. It's all glitchy in here.
Yeah.
I think it's supposed to be glitchy.
I think they didn't finish this thing. It's got some bugs. But it's cool. I like the design of all the dinosaurs, the side pushing. It's like a T-Rex, like the soldiers on the side.
Yeah.
And then
super cool. Yeah, it looks like the corn, I think.
Oh.
Yeah,
It's the turtle.
Looks like somebody slower, either everybody or
I'm guessing the red board, I mean, that's bad for you.
The games are that way, you know, cover all my bases for the commercial.
But it fixed the screen. Right, which is still good. I mean, I can still use it as modded Lynx, so.
Cruise back. There they are.
We just did the high score winners.
That was you. You didn't win, Tyler.
Yeah, I know. When I entered my score, it said
oh no, you should watch it.
Well, he shouldn't have been right. Oh, now I'm playing.
yeah, you had
Oh, so if you get hit once, you die, but if they get hit,
They just flash.
they just flash?
So for how many of these boards I've made, this is the first time I've actually seen one in a cartridge.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird. From here, the enemies are shot.
I only started like Jake get a t-shirt. Or I guess you give it. I got second.
Oh yeah, they wanted to be in the photo with every support guy, or one of the guys. Yeah, he wanted the photo, so you have to paste that in.
You should put a stick figure on it.
We can. All but most.
You give up potential. Yeah, I've been up there, you know, forest Wisconsin gets like that too. I think they got rid of it.
How come nobody won the first? Oh, because it timed out?
And like I was passing everyone, I'm going, why am I passing everyone? Like, why did they all 15? I just know in the mail like a month later.
Yeah.
Nice letter.
Seems like friggin' revenue collection area. Friggin' automated revenue collection system.
This is selling your car, and then every time you go 1 mile per hour over, it's like, oh, here's your,
Oh, I like it. I like it. It's just short.
I can took those out.
It's been recent, because I go like years ago when I did that.
Heck, when I went around, what?
I gotta get Pat. He's a strong man.
You can't do that. I know this guy that's I don't remember, I told him I had tickets here. I wouldn't even do it. I was like, well, I don't know. This thing here in the mail, I do remember going for either class that I'm supposed to, but.
Yeah, you're not cheap either.
Nope, I didn't. You actually, the bill, the ticket wasn't that bad, but I'm sure. Did you say that, how many levels there were? So, I think I paid $75 or something like that.
No, he was traveling.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, you got it. I see. Well, I have to hit it twice.
So we gotta fix that, and then it's ready to production.
But I mean, you're not too. It's got the right 29.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm soft. I'm pretty sure I'm good.
That's a tough level. That one's really, really tough.
The art style is perfect.
Yeah.
See, he's just walking through my farm.
I like it, because it's kind of got that new faux retro look to it, but it's actually retro.
Yeah.
Also, it doesn't seem like they're alive because I just going.
Oh, that could be. You have to pick up all the coins, or
Yeah, you gotta pick up all the coins and then
Did you take a picture?
I did take a picture.
Smell like somebody's cooking something. Forgot to bring that big bag for my. The big one from here, the nachos from your house. You know, just fill the whole thing up.
Oh no. Mutually assured. Oh no, he survived because he's special. That looks pretty substantial. Is that Mechtiles or is that?
Oh, this is that virus. What's that?
So earlier, engine clearing. Like all this, I'm getting all these.
Oh, yes. Yes.
I love it. Your wife talked about going to Ruth Chris's steakhouse, and that pop-up. It's
Yep.
usually when it starts doing that, I just start Googling like dog bed,
A lot of wireless
trees, and then I just get ads for stuff.
Well,
No, back there.
Oh yeah.
You like to play with the scanlines, huh?
I've been up in the cities where they have the big distribution.
Is there any people in it?
I'm darn. Get got by your own bomb.
I smelled the European yesterday. Doritos, ground sour cream cheese, salsa lettuce.
Oh yeah.
I have it on the big screen if anyone wants to.
So you're doing this again next year, right?
Some people have asked. It's a lot of work. If I could figure out a way to scale down the amount of work required to prep. Well, for one thing, I have so many things to reveal, whether it's demos or upcoming games. I don't know if I can repeat that every year, because that's really hard. Like every 4 or 5 years, I gotta do a push and like try to get a bunch of projects going at once, but I can't just like push all the time because of how much time it takes. But that might be better in some ways, because I wouldn't mind. It's more relaxing for me if it's lower key and I can got like one new thing coming out instead of
6.
Yeah.
Or 8 or whatever you have.
It's a lot. Well, I mean, yes, especially because some of these are in flight and they're released in a couple months. So there's a lot of new things to announce.
So we can normally announce games.
Just online, like I have a mailing list, and I have the Guitar 80 forum, the Nuon forum, Twitter. Like my mailing list is over 1,000 people. If I could get 1,000 to buy my games, that would be really cool. I know it's like, you know, hey,
We gotta come up with that killer game.
Right. It only runs with Nuon, it's a must buy.
Everyone run out and get a controller, a system. fix the circuits as you go along.
Sure.
Work to do, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
One more game for you.
Pretty good.
What do you think of Cosmo Cats?
It's got the actual Bomberman music. Is that a potential lawsuit waiting to happen?
I think it's different now.
Is it? Really? Because it sounds like it. I like the scaling into the blocks and configuring it.
Yeah.
It feels very classic Bomberman. A lot of those times.
And you know, this is, I mean, it is a complete game. Everything that's there is fully implemented. Different CPU modes and stuff, power to pick up and everything. It's like there's, I think, 3 different play fields that you can drop on.
Are they randomized every time?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the full game that we'll do eventually will have like a story mode and kind of a campaign mode and things, and some boss fights and whatever. So there'll be a lot more involved, and we also want to do multiplayer.
Yeah. That's great.
All right, if people are interested in supper, we're getting the food ready now. You might be smelling it. So we have walking tacos tonight. So it's ground beef and Doritos, salsa, cheese, lettuce, tomatoes. So if you're interested in getting walking tacos, we got them for you.
Oh, sure. Someone will figure it out.
Yeah.
We already lost.
So if you could remake anything, what would you remake?
Remake as in like change the game or just reprint?
Game or hardware? What's missing? It's like, oh, I wish they'd bring that back out again.
I have been playing Joust 2 lately. Man, I'm dead. Do you ever thought that Joust could be bad?
I mean, as far like for fantasy hardware, I think they wanted to do a combined Jaguar CD and cartridge unit. Would have been all in one. That probably would have been nice. Right. I don't know. I haven't seen it for a while. And I don't know. For games, I mean, there's so many Jaguar games that got announced and never finished. Like Battle Wheels was released on the Lynx and not on the Jaguar, but it was announced. They were going to make Mortal Kombat on the Jaguar way back when.
That's pretty cool.
Somebody's working on it now. There's a guy on YouTube that's actually trying to do it, and he's trying to do like 60 frames a second. Make it super nice. So yeah, there's probably a lot of stuff. Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
It seems like
Here's the old versus new box art for Super Asteroids Missile Command.
Carly told you to take it though.
And yet somehow,
Oh, he's going to borrow it? Okay.
every single aspect of the game.
Yes. He's good at research.
So you just didn't have the rights to the art?
We wanted to redo it. No, we could have. I mean, this is from copyright Atari, but this is nicer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, so the enemy riders can stab you now.
It's got more of that Tron vibe to it, which I want.
If you drop an egg in the lava, then it turns into an even more.
He's really good, so he'll post a behind the scenes video for it.
Always blue. Always a shatter knife.
How much is the Resurgence combo card?
$60.
Okay. I think I'll probably get one of those before I go too.
Okay.
Do you have boxes or just the card?
It's just the card.
Better for me.
Easier to store.
Out of box.
Okay.
I guess just like trying to see how much.
I'm getting a 4. Yeah, we tested it out.
Strawberry soda, walking taco. It's brownie bites.
Hi, Carl. Is Jonathan still here?
Where would I go?
Okay,
Yes.
I didn't see you.
He's right there.
Just right there playing with children. They're sharing.
Yeah. That'd be really hard. There you go. Right in.
The end pointed towards you.
Really? Ah, no, why did I just walk right through it?
Yeah, that's probably how. Yeah.
Did you ever play Bomberman on the Game Boy?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so this is kind of like that. So here you just gotta press this button first and do the power bank song. She'll figure it out.
So I think is Lynx support coming for Cosmo Cats or
I'm sorry, what?
multiplayer coming for Cosmo Cats?
That's the idea. That's why we're doing a demo version now to show people what the one-player game is going to be like. And then,
Has anyone made a wireless adapter for the Lynx?
that's another thing I'd like you to do.
That one should be pretty easy because it's ESP32.
Yeah, anything like that would work because it's just basically something that can push the bits.
Yeah.
But it does need to be multiplayer, it's not just two players. So it really
Yeah, but you somehow you configure the little dongles, pair them all up, and then it just acts like the cable. Whatever bits come in.
Right, because that's what it does, is it sends it to every Lynx. Every Lynx has to wait for its turn and say, oh, I'm number 4, so I will now go. Yeah, I would love it if we had that, because that would help just get rid of the cables. If you want to do multiplayer, which is not a problem, but I'm sure Lynx fans would go for it if they have
How many links can you tie together normally?
depends on the game, of course. 2 and 4 were pretty common, and then a few games did 6. They were playing one earlier that was, they only had 4 people, but could do 8. There's a Tetris game that plays 8. There's a car battle, like first-person car battle game that plays 6. So it was a big feature that was pushed back in the day. But of course, as the Lynx kind of died on the vine, there weren't that many players who could find that do multiplayer.
Ultravore is impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's when I have the full rights and source too. I will publish it eventually. It's just I've had it for 20 years now. So what I need to do for sure is add a damage system so that we're actually inflicting damage on the enemies. And then that'll be the first thing I'll work on when I put it in. And then I've got animation for 2 or 3 more characters.
Hey, leave me alone.
I want to get a little more variety than just having the 2 face one-on-one. But yeah, I love the engine. I mean, it's solid. It's got the digitized audio. It's got the smooth jumping and the scrolling in the background.
It's so cool.
Yeah, much like it.
It definitely like gives off that. This ain't no game.
Right.
You're right.
Cosmo cats?
That's 50.
Do
you still have the double cartridge or?
Left it right
Okay,
there.
I saw one sitting here, so.
They're slightly set in
Give me a different one.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let me see. This is Ethan's old house, and then kitty corner to it is the Miller Drive and the 8th
So how many Atari Lynx do you own?
I still have like.
Functional.
Okay, functional. I know I've got 3 or 4 that are functional. And I've got another 3 or 4 that I kept from that old pile of Lynxes way back when that might be salvageable, but I haven't looked at them in a lot of years now. We can move that. It doesn't need to be there. Just got bent outside.
Give you the monies.
Looks like he's focusing on maybe Eve, but he's doing the TV behind me.
Yeah, those zoom pretty well, actually.
So it just has a live HDMI stream out?
Yeah.
Old Towers.
Yeah.
No. What do you think of that? Do you want to try something else?
Maybe taco.
Hey Dad, did I hear you say that somebody's working on a Mortal Kombat for the Jaguar?
Yes.
That's cool.
You can find it on YouTube. You just look it up. It shows his work in progress.
That sounds awesome. Soda.
I like your hat, by the way.
Thanks.
It's appropriate for the event.
This seems pretty cool.
Oh, good. I like it. Yeah. I was one who suggested too that we add the street thing because I wanted to differentiate it from sort of the vanilla Asteroids game. And So, of course, you always try not getting hit anyway, but now the game actually rewards you for not getting hit and wanting to play.
How many health do you have? Up the top right.
Yeah, you got the health bar in the top right.
Pick up a key.
There's health up there hiding behind the bar. But you also get 3 shifts. So, like, I kind of think it should be a 1-shift game, right? That's not more health instead of occasionally reset to a little bit. It does. Of course, you can relearn the tower and skill.
They start becoming more scarce later on.
It's been most of my ass. Pick that down, yeah. That's rapid fire.
Oh, those are good. Sweet chili. As long as you get the cards. Why are you being so
Yeah, you do.
I grab him by the package.
I'll take a watch. Oh.
I thought you meant there was like
Not the big one.
Oh. Okay, so remember we do the burritos or we're all the time.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess you're wrong, right? Yeah, then you work more you're hitting that. I noticed that the work rate is also to screen. I tried doing it like that and hitting up for gas.
Oh, yeah.
I guess I'm just used to Asteroids going up for forward.
Yeah. So earlier you mentioned the Lynx, and now it's popped up on the screen. Really? Because yesterday your mom mentioned Ruth Christmas Steakhouse.
Maybe you're the kind of person that would go over to the steakhouse and
I have found that.
I figured if the government's coming for me, they would have already.
a mess.
You are so lucky. And did you It's been sitting there for years. I don't know. Yeah, but there are simple things that do you switch.
I mean, it doesn't have any sugar.
How come time slows down?
Well, it's 10% coconut.
I thought that was an effect in the game.
Yes, that's fine. But I know it's like a cake. I can still breathe, I just can't swallow. So just avoid it. And I haven't been like, oh, let's test this.
When you walk the right one and one down.
Yeah.
And what happens when you go back? How come you don't fill in that block above you like this?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that would fill in. Because the other one's filled in. Oh, the other ones are white.
Stretch.
Oh, those are the exit holes.
Oh.
Yeah, those
Those skulls go all the way up and you move your characters towards the other character. Oh.
That's what you gotta do.
So who was the big
sucks.
Well, that one is.
That's pretty awesome.
So what did it win?
It's a traveling Jagfest.
You don't know. It's a t-shirt, and I'll go, cool, then I'm done with that whole conversation.
Jagfest on tour.
What? I wouldn't scrape off.
Get a little extra fiber.
Oh, really? Yeah, you can definitely check it out.
It's just the best.
This is my hobby. This is my hobby.
There you go.
Okay. Gross. Yeah, I mean, oh, and now they're desynced.
So is it just
That's much
One last game.
Will be good? Thanks.
You know what's always good? Ice cream.
lot faster that time.
It doesn't affect the Asteroids.
Yeah. And it'd be kind of cool to like run around whatever price you want to put on it.
To like say
Fire back.
Is that yours? Is that yours?
The first couple months, pretty much everybody bought it, and now it's just like stragglers. I don't like it.
Show up your place today.
Where are you in the Rochester area?
It's just right outside of Rochester. It's just,
So if you like bundles,
There's a 75th Street right here.
There it is.
barbecue nachos on Doritos.
and where's Tyler's place?
It said 75th Street is right here. He's on the 61st. Just a little bit.
Just our house is probably
And he's on the other side.
2 miles,
No, a little bit.
3 miles.
Yes,
4
4,
miles.
but.
Okay.
I can check.
But, yeah, you can go to southwest.com and, turn on development mode on this Quest.
Taco salad. Spicy salsa.
Yeah, it's a good salsa.
Alright.
I just appreciate it, it has flavor. Just like
New one what?
I don't know.
That's so rough, man.
Alright, somebody says it's ice cream.
Kind of possible. It's a really I'm working on the whole part.
I'm trying to.
Go find some.
Oh, we got good ice cream.
We don't have.
We did pass sort of homemade ice cream, nice little chain or something.
Yeah,
Clap doodles.
Super good. Super good.
Unless they get super good.
You know, I said that it's really inside.
Oh, that is just way more.
We just figured out for dinner.
What would you like to do?
Do you have writing?
Game drive's alright.
Carl, can I pay you directly?
Food smells really good.
Want some?
It's quite tasty.
I'm okay. Always use my coupon too.
Sure. Did you look up the prices?
Yeah, they were 40 each.
That's what I was thinking.
Quote unquote retail.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of fun. My son and I had a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Those are both good games.
Yeah. Cool.
Blue Lightning is super impressive. It's really amazing what they can do with the Lynx.
Yeah, yeah. I think I've seen demos of it, so I've always wanted it. So. Perfect.
Cool. Thank
All right,
you.
thanks a lot.
Oh my God.
Oh. There's a good variety of food for sure.
Yeah,
remember thinking about all the stuff that you can develop there.
We hit the
The players.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that there was that many changes.
We'll start with guys 3 times.
Maybe they're not
He's been working on this level for a long time. It's pretty difficult. Close for a good decent. It must be pretty good because he's been working on it since Carl brought it over here like 2 hours ago. It's been a while.
This team right now.
Yeah, that's Carl's style.
Oh,
Two players. Bye, guys.
Well, it was great seeing you. Thank you.
Yep, see you guys.
Sightseeing.
Yep, thanks for coming.
You bet. Bye.
Oh. Yeah, I think that actually, the Lynx version is the only version where blue is a good thing. Because usually blue is much underpowered.
Your coupon, Manny?
Yeah.
well, it's good. It's good against bosses. Not so good against general
Well,
weapons.
but if there's multiple parts of the boss, say,
You could have used it to get your.
but in the Lynx version, because it's so
Oh,
narrow.
wow.
Ah! That was.
What?
You just took out two mini bosses
Yeah.
in one shot.
Versus used.
What do you do for
Like,
I usually go with the red.
sometimes. Just to make it clear that it's only meant for new items available on the summer table. Not like used items for sale that other people have for sale.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But the blue is definitely overpowered in this one because the screen looks
so narrow that even with the scrolling, it, you can hit, you get pretty decent horizontal coverage.
Oh, it is some good bonuses here lately.
I would hope.
Yeah, bonuses.
Who's waiting for the last surprise?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jesus.
What time is that?
Yeah, that would be going okay.
What time is it?
6 o'clock now.
I think I
Was it supposed to be at 6?
It was supposed to be at 7, but I might do it early. Get it done.
Well, it's still, yeah, it's still Pelican.
does okay, but not like yours.
I mowed Wednesday. So,
Oh,
I mowed Wednesday.
I need to egg equipment, sis.
It was.
no, it's, I can get through, I've looped the game, single player. All it takes is just get all the weapons and don't die. Oh my god.
The Batman series on Amazon Prime, they're saying is set in St. Louis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they said the map they show is St. Louis, but reversed. So a friend of ours is exploring the wilderness for DC, and I wondered if he had him doing that.
Wait, so like they're treating it like as if Gotham is St. Louis? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
Okay, so we like to market ourselves as like a premium brand, right? But if you just need a track, this shit's expensive.
Interesting, I didn't realize that.
I buy the equivalent, other brand for thousands of dollars.
yeah, it says the same map as St. Louis has been featured in past Batman series dating back to the 1960s.
Yeah,
Considering it's
I don't know.
It's
considering it's
usually
located in
Your
New
guys'
York,
credit.
New York or Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of
No,
years
no,
where
it's
I
us.
got rid of the whole thing and got NVIDIA
We're
because
the problem.
there always ends up being some game that pisses me off. NVIDIA
See which trailers for it.
like there's no it'll work just because that's the biggest game in town.
Look exactly like the story.
Yeah, I gotta see that, yeah.
Well, you're on the Lynx side, which is probably not as mature.
The guys left don't want to have his VR set up. I was gonna try and play that next.
Right. So you got the opposite problem.
I had it in my head that it was going to be 10.
On Windows, everybody's playing on NVIDIA, but on Linux, everybody's playing.
I think we'll be ready to go.
Alright. It works like this, but like, that's not how we thought it was supposed to work. Like, well, that's not working.
Yeah, I mean, where's NVIDIA and their SoC for that space? Well, that might be a viable option here in the not too distant future.
This guy that went all sheared by his Jagfest sign in half. Put it along the driveway there, and I went out, it was at a right angle in the middle, like, there's some strong winds.
You can get pretty crazy, what, oh my god.
Worst of that might have been that coverage.
I haven't seen Rick in like 7 months because he had a knee surgery and he has a miniature. Sarah, it's running pretty well actually.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive. This is very good for the age. I always wonder if that's going to be.
Thanks for continuing considering
So what was the best Lynx one you had?
I think California games.
It's just so hilarious.
You're having croissants.
Well, Slime World is
We're having hamburgers on croissants.
I definitely prefer Slime World,
Just trying to think of, you know,
By us, as long as I can be CEO.
That's a no for me, dog. Here's my proposal for a video.
Or even just,
That's what I need. How about like brand new Voodoo 5,000-6,000 just for my hobbies? Yeah.
Are you thinking my kid? Yeah, it's French toast, and then on top of it, they put butter and granulated sugar and the cinnamon. And it's a
What's in this? What's that? Oh. Using my links or something? No. That was mad. Cosmo cats.
Hot dog looks like
Yeah. More realistic or whatever, but they were really big on having everything right on.
I wanted to have barbecue or wedding, but
And it wasn't really
then you would only allow certain
Yeah, that's
caterers.
probably not realistic, but it's nice for the user experience. Ideally, stand points. I mean, yes, it makes us turn on more bells and whistles.
They didn't have the other vegetable and the
Well, plus
ladies.
that lets you be it gives you a selling point for more expensive shit. Why do I own RTX 4080 so I can jack things up?
I'm getting married. Consider whatever you feel like.
you say left your croissant French toast, croissant brittle, the best cookie you will ever.
Yeah, and some of these, I'll touch the edge and she's green, and then I'll be like, almost a little bit red.
Judging that.
Yeah.
If there was
mistakes,
it all tastes like
Yeah, it's constantly
It was more like you're on right now. I can see that you know
right now it's like you have a 3D platform for the shadow.
Yeah, it's not a reference.
It's not really technical. You can time the playfield.
You have to know how to have an intelligent conversation.
Right, yeah. But yeah, you're kind of untethered a little bit where you don't know exactly where you're at in the space.
And some of them are really close together. All you have to do is
Or whatever season.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of fine.
You just bake it, and every now and then you take the pan out and kind of shake it so they don't stick.
Or you use
That's me.
It's been a long time.
It's always a good idea to boil down the
so the
You gotta collect all the coins and then we stick on it. Time zone thing. Somebody's gotta survive. Collect all the coins and then 4,000.
We'll make it, right? Yeah. I don't like to do that for the regular. I'll just do it like 1 extra time. And it doesn't get all right.
It is the only
Yeah.
3,000.
Yeah.
This is the 1,000 edition of it anywhere else.
Stars to bridge to the.
Bumper means fans are pretty excited.
The
The original run discs were over like
I didn't have any kind of cover, and she gave me the.
it's like you have to license it. Yeah.
Everybody knows somebody.
Oh my God! She lived during the Depression.
I go to
She
conference.
saved, remember how Velveeta used to come in that black toilet? Oh, I never actually. Yeah. But she would
One of the first
iron it and stack it. And then she didn't use it. When she died, her stacks, oil. Well, it's
Too many conversation egg stuff, all the satellite stuff. That is all.
Like, I haven't bought a big block in a long time. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it's still probably have a free will in the card.
I think it's for people. I know it's for silver, but I can't remember.
It's not something you use normally, but it's hotel that's a part of yeah. That's how I learned it. It's been years since I made that.
Yeah.
Trivia nights was.
Just had one right.
Oh, yeah, that
And one of them is.
so yeah, the Asteroids don't wrap around.
We had some other friends. And here we come in. Rock.
They say it takes so long.
Guys, take a snack portion. It's very serious.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Also, the problem is that, like you were just talking about, you turn on 32-bit color and the big texture.
Some things are better left not known.
The T and T2 down to the curl. It's like a maximum texture size on a Hoodie 3 is like 256 by 256.
That's a lot. Here's the people will be like, why do you think that's a lot? How do you buy this? No, they buy one card.
Oh, look at that.
Maybe someday I might buy a card.
Yeah, maybe someday I'll buy another one.
You want some ice cream? One ice cream, 64, just in case. So I just need to find somebody with a car that'll take me someplace where I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris perked up.
Resorted to
I
playing
went
the
down
computer
there
over
and
and over
ended up
again.
with 2 of those 24 PlayStations.
Oh, do you need a rematch, Chris?
Yeah, go ahead. I've been playing some computer. I beat him once over just Sunday.
I think the computer will be out of date before I get one.
I beat him once and started letting him
I'll let you score that.
Are we getting ice cream?
It's a hard drive. It was up to me on the old Xbox, on the full-size Xbox, not the Xbox.
So I'm saying, so are you saying you have a hard drive that has?
Yeah, I have
Is it
the
hard drive with Halo control, like how much is out there and then license will be for a fixed charge?
Do you have a 360 or is that Yeah, that's our best bet. I'm probably
Yeah.
Dave, your father.
I'm sure they would be extremely kind, right?
Yeah. It's like, hey, do you still have a room? Are you leaving?
Yeah. I have to go feed the
Yeah.
dogs.
Super Meat Boy means,
Yeah. It's okay.
Jump Josh. Jump. Oh yeah, jumping's very, once you've committed to, that's it. You're jumping. And you screw up, that's on you.
Yeah.
That's an effective tactic. Use the shield.
Come on, dude, I spotted you.
You taking off?
Yeah.
Alright.
Spotted you too.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
What'd you spot there?
I get to
You're here.
Yep.
Wow. Womp womp. Womp womp.
Make you turn into
flying ship right behind you.
Oh. I had an itch on my arm.
Yeah, me too.
My BE was consumed.
Okay, so if I do two, you can never argue with me.
Sounds like a deal.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know where the ice cream is. I have to drive home
Flap dude.
with a car.
No,
Shit's on graders.
I don't know where the good ice cream is.
I do.
The answer is flap.
Yeah, so it's gonna be
So
flap
somebody
dude.
take me a flap noodles.
Somebody just give me a set of keys and I'll
Do you
take
guys
it.
happen to know where Ethan was setting his water bottle? His blue water bottle with stickers on it?
It's over there.
Oh, man, that was a good
I
tactic.
swear it
wasn't
just
it?
moved me over.
It's over there.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Why is that my fault?
Well, because I lost a point because of it. I lost a point because you said it's over there.
Yeah, well,
Okay, what is
drive out, play.
Come back time. Going now or can we go back? Come back.
Okay, you want to tell people we're going to do our final game reveal early?
I was told ice cream. Alright, let's form like a strike team.
Ice cream strike team?
Yeah.
I'm actually curious about turtles. Well, see, you're agile as hell.
Oh, ice cream, that sounds good.
Alright, what are we,
That one over there is wow. Old Towers. We're going to do our final game reveal early. We're going to do it in the next 5 minutes just so we can let you guys see it, play it a little bit, and also give people a chance to play whatever last games they want and get packed up. So 5 minutes.
I got keys.
my wife is on the camera.
So are any of these that you're still selling?
Yeah, Codemasters and Namco. So that.
I was gonna get a higher number, but I might. How much are these?
These are each 40. These two. Yeah, those are my last copies. I don't mind.
I know, it's important.
Like, yeah, the traditional user stories, like, as a so-and-so, I want so-and-so, so that, you know.
Oh, why did it?
The problem with
Alright,
that
I'll grab another copy of that.
is the whole concept of what you actually are doing.
30?
Yep.
I think he's.
Not on sale very often because my margins are super low on these. Jaguar and stuff. So I will test out Jaguar Lynx games like once or twice a year. But these very rarely.
There was some site that was.
You can change your sale.
I found Jake. Alright, is Tyler coming?
Yeah, there's not many specific things.
Well, even
Well, he's got to do 2 moments. The last life.
Not really.
you can buy crazy I haven't seen any of the hardware anymore, but even then, they're the new VCS computer one.
The radar
There's
kind
some
of
hardware for that disappeared and then came back.
So basically, how much armor? So
Just hit fade,
don't do
and
on
then
foot.
it'll
Although we
switch
could
to
do all on foot. That was
hit
the
one. And if I want to stop it, I do one.
To stop it, you could go to just logo and then
Just logo and then fade. Just logo and then do fade again.
okay, and then it'll bring it back to this.
Right.
Okay, good.
I was tempted last time. Carl was like fixing stuff. It's like I just jump in. It's like, hi.
Oh, I ran somebody over and it felt so good.
I'm not seeing anybody. I hear people firing once in a while.
Oh, and I'm dead.
Well, that was you.
That was me. Who did I run over?
Just random.
Oh, there's bots? Oh.
I think there's random pedestrians.
Hope there's one of you dwarfs.
Outside.
Remember, you can change your weapon by holding option left and right. Option 1, left and right. Apparently that's only a side flame. That was a bad choice. I guess it's a whole D-pad. So we don't like that splat on the ground. Oh, I'm laying mines.
All right, we're going to start our game reveal in about 10 seconds. Yeah. Woo-hoo! For the few, the proud, the diehards. Okay, welcome back everybody. Thanks again for being here for Jagfest 2024. I'm just going to flip the screen around so I can see what's going on here. There we are. Welcome again everybody online. We are in the final hour of Jagfest, so we're going to be wrapping it up here shortly, but we have one more game reveal, a chance for you guys to play an upcoming game for the Jaguar. So we got just the one sample here today. So the first thing I have to ask is, do we have any Atari ST fans from back in the day? People who were big into Atari ST? Were there any really good shoot 'em ups on there?
Iridium, Gold Runner.
So we have one for you. It's being ported by the original developer to the Jaguar. So this is not just a vanilla port of the ROM. This is someone who's actually gone back into the source code, is enhancing it for the Jaguar and making it compatible for our favorite 64-bit system. So I present to you Wings of Death by Eclipse Software Design. So this is an upcoming game by Eclipse Software. So if I know other games Eclipse worked on by chance? Iron Soldier 1, Iron Soldier 2, Iron Soldier 3, right? So that's the same company. So working with the developer Mark Rosaka, based in Germany, he's gone back to the original source code for this game they released on the ST way back when, and he ported it himself to the Jaguar. So he's done a bunch of enhancements, like I think the ST version already was breaking the 16 color mode up to 32 colors. The Jaguar one will run in 256 color. It runs 60 frames per second all the time, which is triple the frame rate the game was originally designed for. He's upgraded the music as well. So the music, this is kind of a cool feature you'll like. It'll have two options. It's either going to be built-in mod music in the cartridge, Or if you have the companion soundtrack CD to go with it, you can actually play CD music during the levels from the Jaguar CD attachment.
Nice.
So here you go, Wings of Death for the Atari Jaguar. We're gonna get it out here to play, and we'll let you, everybody online see a sample of it here momentarily. So thanks again to everybody for coming. Thank you for our supporters online. I hope you've enjoyed the show. And I know we've only got a small part of a crowd left here for tonight. But thank you again. You guys are what made this special. The fact that you came from Ohio and Michigan and Iowa and Missouri and California, right? We have a place everywhere. Is that the furthest? Is California the furthest? Anybody can beat California?
I don't think so.
You were Virginia, right? So that's pretty far too. So anyway,
California.
thank you so much to all you guys that came, because, and your families too that came with you. For some of you, you made this special. You made it a fun event where we could all share our passion and share games that were favorites from back in the day, upcoming games, things we're tinkering with. So it's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed it, and I hope you have as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you, Carl and Carl's family for running
Yes,
this.
big thank you to my family. They've done a ton of work to support the event and to support me. So I really, really appreciate everything they've done.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for the tacos.
Yeah, who liked tacos? I liked them. All right, yeah, who wants to check it out? Hey, Old Towers. Fun game, huh? The third level, they really upped it.
I was a huge taunt fan.
It's very tiny. Whereas a lot of the other ones, it's more like straight to your position in my tower. The third level, most of the other fast right out. You don't know the other way to use it. I got a flash driver final. So I think this one is I got all security conference, Milwaukee Spice,
Electronic conference badges for them. Because we've been doing that for
Spice some last minute
sixth year I worked on
cartridges.
Start a batch for next year already.
Well, let's do that first.
Badges for SecretCon last year. I did DEF CON 26. And then personal projects I got. I'm working on a high.
Would you want to try Ultra Board? Because I haven't gotten to try that yet.
I did try it. It's really cool.
Would you be interested in trying it a second time?
Oh, as a combat, like a com link.
Yeah.
I only played single player. See, I'd love to do it. Com link.
I grabbed the Mechtiles. That was one thing I swore I would do. I hope somebody recorded footage of it.
I think they did.
Calipers aren't bad. They have a lot of jitter. So I've been running calipers on mine for many years. And I'm using, what's the DOS program that someone wrote? I can't remember. But I found it 20 years ago, and the guy who did it disappeared. Don't know what happened to him. So no support left for it, but it was fairly complete package. It's just big DOS machine, all this now. Some of it had the Pi Pico better on when I started. I probably wouldn't use that. But Pi Zero and some little microcontrollers to keep count.
No, that's great. Are we So why don't we connect to Oh, you're not plugged in. That's not right. That's not. Yeah. Wait, was that working though? Well, I mean earlier when we were playing Beverly Okay. Maybe that's what it was. So maybe you didn't have enough power. Am I just standing there? No. Two players. So I take it these are the only said,
If you know Python, they're super straightforward.
said there was animations.
Write your Python code, import libraries, and
This is the K. Some of them, some of the K models are flakier than others. I'm guessing what happened is it thought it was trying to access the CD registers. It got tricked with some bid flip or something. So that's one of the things we're still working on is make sure that it knows it's running on the Jaguar. Or I mean, option the vanilla Jaguar.
There you go, and then press backward while you're holding.
oh, basic stamps.
And then go forward. Actually, one of the,
So that was done by Parallax, which actually friends of mine
seems
over in Europe. So they still exist. No, they're somewhere here in the U.S. So the basic stamp was the first one in their line, and I think they had 2 or 3 versions of that, and then they went big Parallax color, which had
wait, do we have
little doors.
No.
I think
But we do have, but it is tracking
hardware
data?
time sharing.
Oh, so it's just
Write
numbers.
a program launch it.
There was a
You write a chunk of code, say this
This
goes
is a
over
pretty
1,
intense
she's over 2,
beta.
and they shared a
Go
bunch
very
of
easy on you.
so everybody
Lots of bullets on the screen.
So the big guys have way to get into it.
There is an easy, they're all medium hard, I think insane mode. And basically, if controllers understand, we take them all the shot. So easier mode, of course, you're going to spiral.
Yep.
This is
Everyone has.
So is this the original music?
Oh, I'm still facing the wrong way.
No, this is some placeholder music.
Okay.
Because the original music was not on format, it was a custom ST format. So we're looking at if there's a way to like get a digital extraction of the music. We can't just basically play it as is in the Jaguar. So if we can digitally extract the audio, like build it into the cartridge. Otherwise, we're going to have to get several new mods created that are similar to the original style.
In the cartridge.
It's what?
I put the audio chip from the SD in the
Oh, right.
cartridge. There you
Yeah,
go.
that would do it. But otherwise, we do the CD add-on version, and I think we're gonna have both. It's the intent is for both the final cartridge. You would actually be able to play like remix tracks that people have done of the Dead soundtrack over the years. We would work with them to get that onto a disc.
ST isn't known for its amazing audio capabilities in general.
Right. Which is where the original, this original game had a very good soundtrack to it. It's a very popular fan, so a lot of people have made remixes over the years of modern.
Well, is this an STE game originally or just normal ST? You know?
Here, I don't recall.
I'm gonna film.
I was not an ST guy back in the day, so I've been learning more and more about the ST over the last 5 years about what its capabilities were relative to the Jaguar.
Well, I wasn't back. I didn't have one until like 10 years ago. I mean, like it's
Doesn't seem like there's music in the
Sure.
set.
You can get Picos wherever.
Yeah, those are all your shots. You don't, yeah, right. You don't want to grab the skulls ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
The skulls like reset your
get as
power
many
ups.
Picos as you want.
Right.
I remember when I was going out there, I'm like, well, I'm in St. Louis Park. I'm going to go a trip over there. And I saw red light. I had a
It only lasts about 10 seconds though.
So you're thinking of the Raspberry Pis.
Yeah.
Pico is the little microcontroller.
We're still doing the pies. They were doing it for like $5 or $10. The more you bought, the more they cost. So far away. Oh, I'll get one with this one and then one without the internet. Yeah, try
Well, that was really fun.
Try getting
Justify option 2.
Oh, okay, so I'm like a 0. So I was driving one without the internet.
They must have intended maybe even more.
Switching out of the power zero, like a skull power that takes away your thing that was not there before, and also the A auto fire. That's something he added because the Jaguar can do such a higher frame rate compared to the ST that you can have it do that like high So some of the power-ups will stack, depending on how high it is.
Avoid the ground.
The way they're marketed is DVD players, and then they could play games as well. So
Maybe I was just seeing the
you get this DVD chip. What do you
think of that?
It's really impressive. Is there a graphic?
Get it out there so everyone
No,
has
but
it.
you
Game
know-
companies would come to
Well,
them.
it doesn't seem like with this character, this option button does it.
You can see they
Option 2 does it.
Well, not every button does the same thing. Some of them are button combos.
Yeah, cause like that
Yes,
works.
that's a combo.
But, and then option 1 headbutts with this guy, but it doesn't seem like.
Option 2, I don't think does anything on the red character.
Oh, you guys are just beat the hell out of each other.
Yeah,
Right.
Forever.
Is there one character who's like 2 feet shorter than the rest? That so you can't
We didn't even choose characters, right?
You can. You can swap which one you want to see the same character.
Okay, but
one
it's
of
just
the
those
release
two?
games,
Yeah.
there's a character called Rock, and he's literally 2 feet shorter than everybody else. So
You
you can't
wanna-
get it. You can just jump in the corner forever.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, when I get back to work on the game, I'm gonna add damage bars, and I'm also going to add a couple of characters. Which one is that?
Actually, I just put the Mechtiles.
You probably don't want to play that for like a minute.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to try it. I figured
It's so early alpha. Yeah.
And it's so bad.
Right, they just used the same engine. I think the whole reason they called it Mechtiles was like mechs plus reptiles.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that makes
So that was their intent, was like
It does.
riding dinosaurs and fighting each other, but they never got very far.
It does look right.
So you have to
It
like,
looks like-
with the missile launchers on
you
the
gotta
tips.
press it.
Yeah, it's cool.
I think option 1 switches your weapons, and there's only one enemy you fight, and that's about it. Right. That's good stuff right there.
What is that's a Transformers character, isn't it?
Grimlock.
Grimlock?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, you still, I have that ink set aside.
That's what see about. Grab a couple of things.
Let me just update this quickly. Let's see. Thank you, sir. I don't know how to make this end.
Were there any changes to the game since you started publishing Wyvern Tales? Because I have
No.
a 3D printed version before you were
It's the
publishing.
same ROM.